And we are live.
Okay, we will now bring the meeting to order and the roll call. Hanson?
Here.
Meek?
Here.
Myers?
Here.
Peterson here. Ray?
Here.
Williams?
Here.
Weiniger?
Here.
Okay, we'll now do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, moving to item number 3, acceptance of agenda. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approves the agenda as presented. Do we have any motions?
I move that the agenda be modified to include.
So moved.
Please continue with your motion, Director Meek.
Sure. So I move that the agenda be modified to include an executive session prior to the study action items on tonight's agenda, to hold conference to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 246402-4B for the purpose of seeking legal counsel regarding the release of employees' names in response to a CORA request, and 246402-4D, specialized details of security arrangements or investigations.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Meek and a second by Hanson. Thank you. May I make a friendly amendment to move that prior to public comment for the sake of our legal staff, which is still at the Wilcox building?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so that would be the next item on the agenda, and amended and made by Meek and seconded. I will go through the roll. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers? Becky, you need to come off of mute.
Aye. Sorry.
Thank you. Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams? Director Williams? Director Williams, you need to come off of mute to say whether you agree with adding executive session as stated after this item and prior to public comment. Director Williams, can you hear us? You're on mute. Okay, you're off mute now.
Yeah, no, yes, I'm here. Yes.
Okay, aye.
Yes.
Aye from Williams. Director Weiniger.
Aye.
Okay, so moved 7-0. The next item would be public comment, but based on that, we will have we will now add an executive session. The board may hold an executive session for considering limited matters, including real estate matters, to include the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of real, personal, or other property pursuant to CRS 246402 Alpha, to hold conferences with the board attorney to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 246402-4B. Matters required to be kept confidential by federal or state law or rules and regulations pursuant to CRS 246402-4C. To be advised on specialized details of security arrangements and investigations pursuant to CRS 246402-4D. To determine positions relative to matters that are or will be subject to contract negotiations, developing strategy for these negotiations, and instructing negotiators pursuant to CRS 246402E. Personnel matters, including actions, updates, and superintendent recommendations involving individual employees pursuant to CRS 246402-4F. To consider documents protected by non-disclosure provisions of Colorado Open Record Act pursuant to CRS 246402-4G, and or to be advised on individual student matters where public disclosure would adversely affect the person or persons involved pursuant to CRS 246402H. So the recommendation now is that the Board of Education convene an executive session, a closed session, for the purposes of consideration of legal advice pursuant to CRS 246402B, to include conferences to receive legal advice regarding recent Colorado Open Record Acts request, and to also move per CRS 246402-4D to discuss specialized security matters. Do I have a motion to enter executive session as stated?
So moved.
So moved by Meek. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Hanson. I will now call the roll. Hanson,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
Myers,
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray,
Aye.
Williams,
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
Passed by a motion of 7-0. And for those listening, the directors will now leave the main meeting and enter executive session, including the directors present, all 7 directors. The following members of the district staff are requested: Acting Co-Superintendent Danelle Hyatt, Acting Co-Superintendent Andy Abner, General Counsel Mary Kay Klemesh, and Assistant Counsels Brian Condon and Wendy Jacobs. At this point, the directors will leave this meeting and they will go to the executive session meeting, and they will return at the end of executive session.
Hey, Susan,
Yes.
can you see me?
It looks like it's just your, no, I can.
Okay, that's weird. I just see you only, but I can't see me. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Thank you.
And Mr. Blair, if you're listening, please let me know when you are ready to proceed.
I think we are ready. Chris Shalene, if you can take down the standby graphic, please. We are ready, President Peterson.
Okay, the meeting is back in session, and prior to moving on to public comment, there's one significant issue I think I need to address. For those who were not aware, there was a Colorado Open Records Act or CORE request that went out requesting the names of teachers and staff who were absent on February 3rd. There may have been many different reasons why teachers were absent that day, and many did so only after DCSD moved to a no student contact day. At this time, the district will not be releasing the names. On a completely separate issue, today there are also reports of flyers being left on a few employees' vehicles while they were at work. The district security team is currently looking into this matter, and it's very upsetting. This is no way to move forward as a district. Our teachers should be respected and supported for the work they do for our students every day, and we hope the community can come together in support of our teachers. With that, I will turn it over to our acting superintendents, Andy Abner and Danelle Hyatt, for any other comments on these matters before we proceed to public comment.
Thank you, President Peterson. I would just like to emphasize to all of our staff in our district that in no way at all whatsoever will we tolerate any harassment, any intimidation, or any threatening behavior to happen to any of you. And I just want to be clear that should this happen, we ask you to please report that to your supervisor or human resources, and we will absolutely follow up with a full investigation through our Douglas County Safety and Security Department, address matters that may violate our policies in-house, and then also refer to our law enforcement partners that we have within Douglas County School District. It's very unfortunate that these flyers have happened. It's very unfortunate that any of our staff are taking any kickback. If anything, you should be praised and celebrated for the hard work that you do and continue to do. And it's just, we want to make it very clear that we value you and that we appreciate you and we're here to support you. So thank you for all you do each and every day. And please know that if anything happens, please report that. Please make sure we know so that we can take care of it. Thank you all.
Thank you. And the only thing that I would add in addition to what President Peterson spoke about, as well as Mr. Abner, is that as a community, we are hoping that we can demonstrate our respect for our educators. It is essentially important that we show how much we value the work that they do for our students each and every day. Our students benefit greatly from the care and the concern and the work of our educators. And so, as Mr. Abner said, we do take it very seriously when there is any concern expressed to us that is directed towards our educators. And so I'm asking our parents and our communities to really show that respect and demonstrate that respect to our educators, because as a community, we're better together in that regard. So thank you.
Okay, and with that, we will move on to the next agenda item, which is public comment. The purpose of public comment is to balance the ability to hear diverse viewpoints from a broad spectrum of citizens throughout the district, while allowing our Board of Education to conduct business in an orderly and efficient manner. Due to weather forecasts during the meeting, all comments will be made virtually, so please be prepared to speak when called upon and unmute and ensure that you can be heard. When speaking, please remain respectful and address the board rather than other individuals. At the end of your allotted time, you will be muted so that other speakers have an opportunity to speak. Due to the large number of people signed up for public comment tonight, you will be limited to 1 minute and 30 seconds for each person so we can hear from all speakers tonight. You will not receive a warning prior to the end of your time, so to allow IT personnel to prepare for the next speaker. With that, we will have students first. And the first student we have is Adithya Senthil Kumar, followed by Josh Lederman, followed by Chase Johnson. Mr. Senthil Kumar, are you online?
I'm online. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you. So first of all, I'd like to thank the entire board for this opportunity to address them. And I would like to voice my concerns as a student and especially one of the student advisory group regarding the current majority's treatment towards our superintendent. I get that he might not support your vision, but it's important to remember that the district voted for a board, that our voters voted for a board, not a superintendent. The superintendent is not a political toy for either side to simply just fire if they want to. You said that no ultimatum was given. However, you said that he was presented with all options possible. All options possible is a fancy way of saying either resign or be voted out, because when you spoke to him, you did not speak with an open mind. You wanted him gone. You said that you no longer wanted to work with him, and that's why you spoke with him. So your options that you presented to him were essentially to get him out. And while you tell students and teachers that we shouldn't allow politics in our classrooms, you're allowing politics to seep into the boardroom in every decision that you make. And I'd like to thank Director Hansen, Director Meek, and Director Ray for holding everyone accountable and ensuring that we follow the due process requirements. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next will be Josh Lederman, Chase Johnson, and then we will move past students. Behind Chase Johnson will be Christy Gilstrap. Josh Lederman, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me? And see
Yes,
me
we
okay?
can. Go ahead.
All right, good evening. My name is Josh Letterman. I'm the co-president of SAG, and I'm speaking on behalf of the SAG leadership team tonight. Tonight, we wish to address the impact created by the Board of Education's decision to terminate Superintendent Wise's employment. We are astonished at how the board considered such a vindictive action without cause, without the public's approval or opinion, and without informing other board members. We are concerned by the fact that your actions have divided the community within our school district. Your actions thus far have proven to be politically motivated at heart, and you have continually failed to put the needs of students and staff before your own. Director Peterson, Director Williams, Director Weiniger, and Director Myers, your responsibility is to lead the Board of Education and serve the students and staff in our district, not to make rash decisions to terminate dedicated, qualified, and experienced leaders because you disagree with them. True leaders would sort through their differences and come to a consensus that is accepted by the public. You ran on the platform that kids come first, but your style of leadership has disregarded the interests of students. You had the opportunity to postpone the vote until public opinions were heard, but you made the conscious decision to proceed without meticulous review. As a result of your actions, there are consequences. We are losing our most exceptional teachers because of your malicious intentions. With that being said, as we move into the future, the SAG leadership team insists upon the following. Number one, the Board of Education must vow to work together as the leaders of our district and always put the interests of students and staff first. Number two, SAG would like to have student representatives participate in the superintendent interview process to ensure all student opinions are taken into account, just like last year. Thank you for your time. Lucas, Nick, Sujay, and I would be more than happy to speak with you in further detail regarding this matter at a later point in time.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Chase Johnson, followed by Krista Gilstrap, followed by Julie Watkins. Mr. Johnson, are you online?
Chase Johnson is not online, President Peterson.
Okay, we will move to Krista Gilstrap, followed by Julie Watkins, followed by Marie Kay. I believe the last name may be Cranston. Krista Gilstrap, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'll be honest, I'm at a loss for words, which doesn't happen to me very often, but the events of the past several weeks have my head spinning and my heart reeling. I'm trying to figure out how we got to a place of such disconnect, hate, and anger, and my heart is broken for our staff, teachers, and students. But I don't want to rehash the things that have happened. They are done and in the past, and we can't change the past. We can only move forward. So with that, I'd like to support moving forward with finding a new superintendent quickly. Does the timeline feel a little bit fast? Yes. but you'd be hard pressed to find someone who would be interested in this job who hasn't heard its opening. And frankly, as a recruiter, I can say this is not a job that would be an easy sell right now. And some long drawn out candidate search would likely not yield very fruitful results, especially since we've done 2 of those already in the past 3-something years. We need a leader who will be able to reunite this district, restore broken trust, and be able to advocate for an MLO bond that our district so desperately needs. My ask of all of you is to find a way to work together for the betterment of our district and find the right person to do this. You all were elected to do what's best for the district, and you each represent one side of our very divided community. So if we have any chance of coming together, we need you all to lead the way. I agree with Director Meek. We need to stop talking about sides or majority or minority members, because we are one district, you are one board, and we need one vision. Attitude reflects leadership, and your community needs you all to lead. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Julie Watkins, Marie Kay, followed by Tiffany Baker. Ms. Watkins, are you online?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Good evening. I am a DCSD parent activist and volunteer, and thank you for letting me speak tonight. So I got a phone call from a teacher this afternoon, and she had just spoken to a member of the media about the most recent developments in our district, and she was truly afraid for her safety and for that of her kids. I felt a pit in my stomach knowing that I had encouraged her to share her story, and I was afraid that I had pushed her too far. But then, through the tears, she told me that this time she wasn't going to stay silent and keep her head down like she did during the reformer years. She said that no matter what happens, she knows that she will never regret standing up for what's right, and she will keep on doing it as long as people will listen. So I am asking you, begging you, to please listen to the teachers. Listen to the teachers. They are tired from the chaos and uncertainty brought on by the pandemic the past 2 years, but they keep on teaching. They are fed up with self-entitled parents attacking them, yet they patiently listen while they are accused of things that far-right conspiracy theorists have convinced them are prevalent but don't actually exist. And they take a deep breath and they keep on teaching. Some DCSD teachers are members of the teachers union, nowhere near the 1,500 who called out on February 3rd, but many are not. And it doesn't really matter who is and who isn't, because they are all educators and they are good at it. They just want to do their jobs and educate our children. So please listen to the teachers, support them. They are not the enemy.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Marie Kay, Tiffany Baker, followed by Sharon McWilliams. Marie Kay, are you online?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
You can, go ahead.
Thank you. On August 24th, 2021, during school board public comment, Director Peterson said, "Take care of our parents through communication and respect. Take care of our teachers through increased trust. Trust them to do their jobs, and I know they'll do them incredibly well." You ran on a platform of transparency and parent input. You owe this community transparency into the direction you want to take this district. You owe us transparency, communication, and respect when it comes to the selection of a new superintendent. You owe teachers trust as professionals, and you owe us all the chance to have our voices heard. Director Peterson, you stated during public comment on April 20th, 2021, that leaders understand that things done to people instead of with people are highly resisted and usually fail to achieve their intended result. By pushing through your agenda in this rushed timeline and unethical way, you are doing this to the people of Douglas County, not with the people of Douglas County. You've accused others of being divisive, but it's you on the podium now. If you want to lead with integrity and accountability, you need to be open and honest with parents, teachers, and students. You need to reach out to the teachers who are frustrated, who are being threatened, and who don't feel like they have a voice or are fearful to speak up. According to your Spartan bio, you believe that people deserve to work where they feel energized, valued, appreciated, and able to make a difference. What kind of score would you give yourself for achieving that goal in your role as board president? You need to select a superintendent who will represent all of Douglas County, not just the people who voted for you. The responsibility to lead and unify rests with you. Do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have Tiffany Baker, Sharon McWilliams, followed by Allison Cook. Tiffany Baker, are you online? I see.
She is online, sir, asking to unmute.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Baker, I see you online, but I also see you muted. Okay, if we can move to Sharon McWilliams, followed by Allison Cook, followed by Bobby Hillard.
I do not see Sharon McWilliams or Allison Cook online.
Okay, we will have Bobby Hillard, followed by Jennifer Iverson, followed by Callista Braga. Miss Hillard, are you online?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Thank you. So all the comments so far have called for unity, which is fantastic. But they've all, almost every single one, have still been accusatory and divisive still. You know, I just wanted to call that out. What I wanted to say was, you know, not many people are willing to say it, but I agree with the board's decision to let go of Corey Wise. And I look forward to a new superintendent, and I hope that's as soon as possible, that can bridge, if not unify, but still bridge the huge, you know, the separation between the parents and teachers. And to be honest, I know I'm not saying I won't be divisive. I mean, I feel like it was a lot of the union's work. You're right. Not everyone's a member of the union, but they sure had a lot of impact getting a lot of teachers to call in for a sick out. So just saying, I look forward to a speedy process, getting someone in there that is competent, because this is a big organization and we have a lot of serious business to take care of, and not worry about everyone's feelings so much, but let's get the job done. This is a $600 million organization. We have a lot to do. We have new buildings. We have an MLO to try to push through. I look forward to finding someone competent to get back to the job of the business of this board as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hillard. Next is Jennifer Iverson, Callista Braga, followed by Patrina Gorney. Ms. Iverson, are you online?
Can you hear me?
I can, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thank you, board members. First, I'd like to thank Igor Rankin, Robert Marshall, and Eric Coakley for their valuable legal advice to the DCST legal team regarding the teachers today. Over the many years I've been involved in special education, I've struggled to understand the choices of adults over students. Once more, that seems like a theme, as Ms. Kane is highly suspected to be DCSD's next superintendent. As executive director of only 3,000 students at American Academy schools and hardly any special education students, that's quite a leap to almost 65,000 students. I have encountered numerous families who have found it necessary to leave American Academy and seek support from their neighborhood schools, which Ms. Kane has no experience with. I urge you all to think for yourselves, to truly put kids first and carefully consider the qualifications of a good public school superintendent, especially when in 2017, then acting superintendent Aaron Kane wrongly claimed that DCSD had won their US Supreme Court case against Andrew F., which redefined special education standards for an entire nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Callista Braga, followed by Patrina Gorney, followed by Tina Stroman. Ms. Braga, are you online? Ms. Braga, can you hear us?
Hello.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Sorry. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello.
Ms. Braga, we can hear you. Go ahead with your remarks. Okay, it does not appear Ms. Braga can hear us.
Here.
If we can move to Ms. Gorney, followed by Tina Stroman, followed by Krish Kumar. Ms. Gorney, are you there and online? And Ms. Gorney, you're showing muted if you can unmute.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello, I am a teacher and a former teacher, a parent of 2 students in the district, and have a master's degree in educational leadership. I would like to speak tonight about the lack of leadership on this board. Instead of leading our district forward, the majority directors seek to blame teachers and sow division. They seek to characterize the teachers as part of a big bullying union. This is blatantly false. To target teachers who simply disagree with your actions demonstrates a clear inability to lead. The parent choice you continue to champion has morphed into a disgusting claim of parent ownership over teachers' every move. And you have done nothing to dissuade this. Strong leaders do not fan the flame of contempt and then pretend that they don't know how the fire started. You cannot simply continue to listen to only voices you agree with. The fact is, your firing of the superintendent in the middle of the school year without cause was costly and created chaos for teachers, administrators, and students. To then look to those who were affected, shocked, and scared and blame them for the chaos is unprofessional and demonstrates weak leadership. Strong leaders do not run organizations like this. Instead, they treat stakeholders with respect. They value their expertise and give everyone a voice and value diversity. They do not make decisions on a whim without input, and they certainly do not hire new superintendents within a week of posting the job. As a parent, I am in disbelief of the lack of professionalism of the new board members, and as an educator, I am dismayed at their lack.
Thank you for your comments. Next will be Tina Stroman, Krish Kumar, followed by Francis Stroud. Ms. Stroman, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me?
You can go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Tina Stroman. I've taught for 29 years in this district, and no, I'm not part of a union. What brings me here tonight is to express my extreme disappointment in your February 4th meeting. I believe you have made a grave mistake in firing Corey Wise. I'd like to address some of the comments made by 4 of you that have caused my moral compass to shake. When speaking about Mr. Wise, one board member stated in the meeting that it was more about finding someone who better aligns with the system. Well, I think the system is speaking now. She said on the campaign trail that her own mother left DCSD due to the unhealthy conditions that she is now choosing to recreate. Another board member expressed in the meeting that he was disappointed in the performance of Mr. Wise. However, he failed to provide any evidence other than he was feeling a lack of trust and support. I can assure him that I feel that same lack of trust and support in his leadership after that meeting. A third board member expressed in the meeting that she didn't trust Mr. Wise, and even though he was a beloved leader, it didn't mean that he was right for the job. I will respectfully let her know that I do not trust her, and I question whether she is the right person for this job. Finally, a fourth board member was most concerned about her character. Her request to have a district staff member defend her character was a desperate plea. I want her to know that I deeply questioned her character, along with her statement that teachers are her people. The most disappointing fact is that you dismissed an opportunity to model what compromise looks like for the benefit of kids. This is unacceptable for someone like me. You pushed through the firing of Mr. Wise, and now you are pushing through the hiring of his replacement. This is indeed into the ethics of Douglas County.
Thank you for your comments. Krish Kumar, Francis Stroud, followed by Iko Browning.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Perfect. Hi, my name is Krish Kumar, and I'm a senior within Douglas County, speaking with large concern in regards to the recent actions taken by the new Board of Education. I've had heavy involvement in my school, and I'm paying close attention to the current situation as it is unfolding. As a student, I'm increasingly disappointed by the recent divisions within our school board that are focused on fulfilling political promises rather than advocating what is best for students and teachers. Although the superintendent search is one that I wish were not happening tonight due to the unjust termination of Corey Wise, tonight I ask you to move in a direction that not just includes the public, but the collective opinions of 7 board members when making decisions. We as a community are extremely disappointed that teachers and students have not been at the forefront of being notified of decisions and actions being taken by the school board. We as students and a community will no longer tolerate deceit in our school board and the clear appearance that certain board members are unwilling to work each other to progress our school district is extremely disheartening to see as a young individual in our community. Again, I would encourage the new board members to be more transparent in their needs and wants rather than just abstractly expressing that we need to move in a quote new direction, because us students and teachers and the community deserve to know exactly what that entails. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next will be Francis Stroud, Iko Browning, followed by Brandy Bradley. Francis Stroud, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me?
You can. Go ahead.
My name is Frankie Stroud, and I have attended school in Douglas County since kindergarten and have taken an incredibly active role in my community. I'm speaking today to object in the strongest possible terms to the actions of Mike Peterson, Christy Williams, Becky Myers, and Kaylee Weiniger in the matter of firing Superintendent Corey Wise and moving to hire a new superintendent. As a senior in high school this year, I can say with 100% confidence and certainty that everything I have achieved and every opportunity I have earned is due to the dedication, passion, and love that my teachers show each and every day. This board firing Corey Wise, ignoring the wishes of a majority of teachers in the district, and refusing to hold public comment on the matter is evidence of how little you value teachers in Douglas County and in turn, how little you value students. Your failure to postpone your decision to allow public comment demonstrates that you know the community is not behind you, yet you acted anyway. As a student, it is so frustrating and disappointing to sit in a school board meeting and watch this board fire a man who has upheld the values of students and teachers and do so without cause. It is heartbreaking to watch our district lose teachers who have changed my life and the lives of other students because this district does not listen to their voices or treat them with anywhere near the level of respect that they deserve. As you move forward, I urge you to act with ethics, integrity, and transparency. This means working with all school board members who were elected into their seats and have constituents that they represent. This means hearing the voices of students and teachers before making decisions like firing a superintendent, and this means prioritizing transparency. I hope you do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Iko Browning, Brandy Bradley, followed by Cole Bradley. Iko Browning, are you online?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
President Peterson, directors, and acting superintendents. The newly elected 4 members of the board campaigned on transparency, accountability, and integrity. I would like to bring your attention to the breach of protocol, skirting a board policy, and utter lack of transparency of the 4 newly elected members during the meeting on February 4th, 2022, at which Superintendent Corey Wise was fired. I'd like to bring to your attention Board File BEDH, Public Participation at School Board Meetings. This includes typically public comment will be included on the agenda of a regular meeting of the board when the board action is scheduled to be taken during the meeting. Do you believe that firing the superintendent without cause isn't a significant action? Or are the 4 newly elected directors not interested in hearing the diverse viewpoints from broad spectrum of citizens throughout the district on issues that impact the educational needs of students? Firing the superintendent without a review of performance, without an opportunity to correct any identified deficiencies, and without stakeholder and community input is not transparency, accountability, and integrity. Through your actions, you make yourselves liars. Perhaps the new elected 4 directors had already made up their minds that they were going to fire Corey Wise through their telephone tag, daisy chain, walking quorum, backdoor conversations, leading to the ultimatum that was posed to Corey Wise to retire or be removed. May I remind you that public business is conducted in public forums with public input. Do you support excellent public education for all kids? At the February 8th, 2022 study session, I was concerned to hear President Peterson verbalizing support.
Thank you. Next will be Brandy Bradley, Cole Bradley, followed by Jennifer Mikowski. Brandy Bradley, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me?
You can. Go ahead.
I am appalled and disgusted by the behavior of our minority board and the community they represent. Your supporters have been nothing short of vile and horrific to our new directors. The union and the minority board members continue to cause divisiveness, pitting teachers against parents and kids. The truth is this. Under the leadership of Corey Wise, we lost 3,000 students to a tune of $38 million to our district. 50% of kids are not performing at grade level in reading and math. He contracted with the Gemini Group at a cost of $37,000, but perhaps the most devastating and impactful decision was that he entered into a lawsuit with 9 other families to put masks back on our kids after the PHO was no longer required it. All of these decisions were done without public comment. Under the previous board's leadership, we have gone through 3 superintendents. Where is the outrage of that? We fired our first minority superintendent who was cleared of all charges with no public outcry, car painting, or sick out. And you're the ones that want to teach my children about equity? Community Matters Slate came after FAIR, a nonpartisan organization which are dedicated to advancing civil rights and liberties for all Americans and are minority run. We need calm, stable leadership for the superintendent position as soon as possible. The district has already performed an exhaustive search through the consultant survey and interviewed numerous candidates just last year. We have a woman who's served as an interim superintendent with a proven track record of academic success in our district. Mike, Becky, Kaylee, and Christy, you won by a landslide, and we support any decision you make. Thank you for remaining steadfast and leading our kids and not lowering your standards. Be better, minority.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. Cole Bradley, Jennifer Mikowski, followed by Robert Marshall. Cole Bradley, are you online?
Hey, Mike, Cole's too disgusted by the minority board to even speak. He'll speak at the next one. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Mikowski, followed by Robert Marshall, followed by Caitlin Oakes. Ms. Mikowski, are you online?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can go ahead.
Perfect. I want to start today by echoing the other concerns about the timeline of hiring our new superintendent. This is a process that should have a lot of community input, which is something we didn't get to give before the dismissal of our previous superintendent. Pushing something through like this is important, and doing it so quickly is a mistake. I am mostly here today to speak on my concerns about the connection of our Majority 4 board directors with extremist groups such as FEC United. All 4 of these board members sought endorsements and support from FEC United, which is a far-right group that endorses things like election rigging conspiracies and has an unregulated militia who have shown up to multiple Metro Denver school board events to attempt to intimidate others. They have posted multiple videos supporting our Majority 4. They recently held an event in Castle Rock where they called for the hanging of our governor and our Secretary of State. These groups are groups that lead with mistrust and divisiveness, and they are part of what leads to the mistrust and the divisiveness in our community today. As of today, there are 242 openings for teaching positions in Douglas County, and this will continue to grow as the Majority 4 continues to ignore the voices of our teachers and our students and what they want. I am imploring everyone to look deeper into the kinds of groups the Majority 4 are associated with them and call them to denounce extremist violence and hate in general and FEC United and their militia in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Robert Marshall, Caitlin Oakes, followed by Lindsay Bowles. Mr. Marshall, are you online?
Yeah, I'm on now. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Again, repetition, vocational training. Got to concentrate on that. In-home or in-house home building, auto shop, and electronics, and try and get a JROTC unit up and running, please. I'm going to repeat it every time. I do want to thank the whole board for looking at that core issue today. And I was asked by one of your representatives to not pursue the name of the individual who made the request. I already had a core request in first thing for it. I am not going to do that, and I would appreciate if everyone would maybe try and put this one incident behind. I do wish, though, the majority would try and slow down. You have 4 years. A military training axiom is slow is smooth, and smooth is fast. You're doing a lot of self-inflicted wounds, from signing a retainer agreement with Trackman, a flaky one, on 1 December without authority. Then you have the mask mandate that was going to expire on 31 December, and you could have just let it expire on its own, but you had to kill it the first thing you had. We also had the joint statement that you all did with the Board of Health with no board authorization. Then you went and fired the superintendent with a 24-hour notice and no comment. And I asked one of your members that they could have been the elder statesman and said, look, let's have Corey Wise resign or be fired or leave on 01 July. He's done a great job. We're going to find someone new, have a few months to do it, bring him in 01 June. They'll have a 30-day turnover to get. No. So do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Caitlin Oakes, Lindsay Bowles, followed by Constance Ingram. Caitlin Oakes, you're online.
Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Some may think that teachers are replaceable. They may seem like numbers. As someone who was a student in Douglas County from kindergarten through high school graduation, I can tell you they are not numbers. Teachers wake up every single day and play the role of educator, parent, therapist, peacekeeper, motivator, and friend. And then they go home and take care of their own families, their own kids, and their own lives. My DCSD teachers pushed me in my academics, but they also believed in me as a person and encouraged me in my goals, and many of them still do today. Teachers receive no personal or financial benefit for caring more. If they got paid to care, you'd be a lot more worried about your tax rate. Educators are the heart of our community, and they deserve so much better than the fear that they are faced with now. Mr. Wise reflects the best of Douglas County. The decision by 4 Board of Education members to create division and distress does not reflect our best. I fully believe that any success following my time as a DCSD student can be attributed to the care of my educators. They instilled in me a passion for learning, a motivation for growth, and a desire to care for others. After graduation, I moved out of state for university, made new friends, had new opportunities, visited Africa, lived in Europe, faced challenges, had unforgettable experiences, earned a degree, and started a career. Tonight I'm sitting here, standing up for the teachers that allowed me to do any of this. Some may say that parents own the schools, and that may be true, but teachers build them. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Lindsay Bowles, Constance Ingram, followed by Julie Bateman. Lindsay Bowles, if you're online.
Lindsay Bowles is not online, sir.
Okay, Constance Ingram, Julie Bateman, followed by Carolyn Williamson. Constance Ingram, are you online?
Yes, thank you.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm a parent of 2 successful DCSD grads. I'm a taxpayer and community member for over 18 years. The current plans for a so-called search for new superintendent are obviously ill-conceived and ill-planned. I have been part of interview teams in the past for positions far less prominent than a superintendent, and I have never seen anything pushed through as quickly as this is supposed to happen, unless the hiring committee already had a candidate chosen and they were just going through the legal formalities. The hiring criteria have yet to be established. Or have they? Is this more backroom planning by the 4 new board members? So far, we have seen no evidence of transparency from these 4 individuals. Steamrolling this decision in 9 days, with a federal holiday included in those days, will do more to destroy any remaining trust in this district than the one-sided termination of our previous superintendent, without due process, without cause, without public comment. Nothing says, "We don't care what you think," louder than ramming through an important decision without adequate input from the entire community. You are doing nothing more than rubbing salt in open wounds, especially following the resignation of Sid Rundle. You claim you want to put a bond and mill levy override on the ballot in November, but you are obviously going through the motions for that as well, because I can't imagine a way for you to garner enough trust from the community you are ignoring to even hope to pass any tax increase. You will need far more votes than you received in your election, and you will need the votes from those who did not vote for you. I'd say I'm disappointed, but I knew this was inevitable. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next will be Julie Bateman, Carolyn Williamson, followed by Lucy Squire. Julie Bateman, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Directors, before you shoehorn an already decided candidate into the critical role of superintendent, take a moment to realize you have an opportunity here to rebuild trust with the community you serve by actively listening and earnestly reacting. Instead of blaming teachers for using a sick day, listen to what their message is and react in a way that says, "I hear you." Do the same thing when your students walk out by the hundreds. Show us that you listen to these comments, even when you limit them to 90 seconds. As almost every commenter has said before me, slow down. You need to go slow to go fast. Your CEO job requires that you take time to do it right and search for the best candidate you can, a candidate who knows and values public schools. This is your one and only chance to rebuild trust. Please do not squander it. Director Myers, last week you asked Mr. Rundle to vouch for your character. He instead resigned. Your legacy can start now. I ask you specifically, Ms. Myers, to vote with your conscience and not out of pressure from anyone else on this board like you were last time. Directors, be true to your word and take politics out of our schools. Stop using Fox News and conservative talk radio to get your points across. Instead, use that time to listen to the people that matter, us. Let's get a candidate who will restore our trust in your leadership, who is not, by the way, Erin Kane. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Carolyn Williamson, Lucy Squire, and Jenna Pearson. Carolyn Williamson, are you online?
Carolyn Williamson is not online, sir.
Okay, Lucy Squire, Jenna Pearson, followed by Kelly Mayer. Lucy Squire, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Can, go ahead.
Yay. To quote Dr. Henry McCord from Madam Secretary, when everything seems to be lacking in integrity, you know what you do? You find it in yourself. You change the world right from where you are. The last 2 weeks have been filled with turmoil for staff members, teachers, parents, students, and community members on the heels of shattered trust. And this was before the news last night of the Cora request. The bullying, harassment, and threats directed at teachers and school staff must stop. For the sake of everyone who works with students in the district, for the sake of parents sending their children to schools, for the sake of the district as a whole and our larger community, this has to stop. There was a large number of employees, students, parents, and community members who took collective action because their voices were already silenced. You held a board meeting to discuss the future of the job of our superintendent, and you silenced our voices. President Peterson, Stating that you heard the voters loud and clear in November is an overreach. Yes, you won the election, but only 26% of our voting population voted for your ticket. You should not assume that all voters agree with every decision you make. And now it's your duty to find common ground. Rather than continuing to divide this community and this district, it's time to slow down and reflect on how you can begin to build trust among us all. This includes enacting a search for a new superintendent by following the usual processes, which is a process that takes longer than 1 week. If you don't believe that teachers care about their students, if you don't have trust in the teachers and school staff, I'm not going to convince you in 90 seconds, but teachers are not the enemy. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Jenna Pearson, Kelly Mayer, followed by Denise Dirks. Jenna Pearson, are you online?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
When I left teaching 4 years ago, after almost a decade in the classroom, one of the top reasons was what's become the toxic kids first ideals that you pushed during your election. While the idea seems noble, there's an underlying current. Putting kids first, at least in your eyes, means putting teachers second, or third, or fourth. You see, here's what I know to be true. In order to put kids first, you actually have to put teachers first. I voted for you. As it turns out, I made a grave mistake. I'm not alone in this. There are many of us who voted for you and are now horrified at your decisions. What you did to Corey Wise and ultimately to this district was wrong. You can argue the legalities all you want, but it doesn't matter. Legal doesn't mean right. And what you did, it was unethical, immoral, and sneaky. I've watched as your actions have spurred the start of a witch hunt with Cora requests and the placement of threatening flyers on teachers' cards. While your words may indicate you don't condone this behavior, your actions have not. The decisions you make now will have a lasting impact far beyond your tenure. This is your chance to right the ship that you're captaining. If you truly believe in putting kids first, start by putting teachers first. That starts with who you select for our superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have Kelly Mayer, Denise Dirks, followed by Catherine Lees. Ms. Mayer, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me?
Can. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Mayer. I am reminding you once again that good governance is slow. It gives good leaders the time to seek out those with different opinions, those impacted by your decisions. Good leaders should have an uncompromising code of integrity and take responsibility for their actions. They do not ignore their decisions that have left a wake of chaos and distrust. I do believe that every director on the dais wants to pass an MLO and bond. We passed one in 2018 because the leaders at the time made sure to build trust with the community. We dedicated hours speaking to parents at every school in our feeder area, showing them why we trusted the district to do the right thing with tax dollars. The leadership did the work at the time to build trust. Now it is your job to build trust with the community, just like the previous board majority did. They sought feedback, voted on decisions with transparency. I will be honest, I didn't love every decision they made, but there was transparency. I don't have to always agree with you, but I do demand transparency. I demand that this board honors their commitment to the community to lead with integrity. You have all the power. Why do you insist on leading with backroom deals, bullying other directors into silence, firing a trusted, effective superintendent without cause or input from the community? That is not true leadership. I ask that you choose the path of integrity and transparency by partnering with the community, not just the ones that voted for you, but the entire district. This is the least that is required of a public servant. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Denise Dirks, Catherine Lees, followed by Stephanie Chansey. Ms. Dirks, are you online?
Yes, good evening, and thank you, directors. First, I have to say, after 4 years of not being able to have a name uttered at the podium, I was appalled to hear Director Ray call out the name of a minor child from the dais at the February 4th meeting. That was appalling and unacceptable. As I listen to so many of these people speak tonight, I just want many of you to know that they do not speak for all of us and not even the majority of the community. I've also reviewed Corey's calendar for the last many, many months. I was the one that had Corey'd it. I was appalled at how many 2-on-1 and 1-on-1 meetings there were with the previous board, and then how many meetings Corey had with the union. We do not have a collective bargaining agreement in this union, and yet Corey met with the union leaders repeatedly. I'd really like to understand why. I would like the next superintendent to not be so beholden to the union. because we saw what happened. We must have a superintendent that we can all trust in the community and not one that's beholden and friends with the union. We do not have a union is what we keep hearing from the previous board. And so therefore, let's make sure our superintendent is not in bed with the union. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Catherine Lees, Stephanie Chansey, followed by Triana Burdick. Ms. Lees.
Ms. Lees is not online, sir.
Stephanie Chansey, Triana Burdick, followed by Matthew Solak. Ms. Chansey.
Can you hear me?
You can go ahead.
The board majority does not take the public's comments into consideration unless the comments fall in line with their destructive agenda. They don't even listen to the other 3 members sitting next to them on the dais. So I'm directing my comments to the community members and parents in Douglas County. Parents and community members, please know that the goal of the board majority sitting on this dais is to create chaos. They have an intentional plan to destroy our public schools. Their goal is to defund public schools and funnel public tax money to private schools. They are following a national agenda and are being guided by outside interest groups. The scripts that Williams, Weiniger, and Myers read at each board meetings are merely that, just scripts written by someone else. Anytime these 3 women go off script or are asked to defend their views, they're unable to offer any substance to the meeting. They keep saying that they want to take the district in a different direction, yet they haven't given any additional information as to what direction that may be. It is glaringly obvious that they are taking the Douglas County School District down the toilet. That is the direction they are taking. These 4 claim that they love and support teachers. Their actions show otherwise. Community members, our teachers are under attack and they are terrified. They are being bullied by the Kids First voting base. This is no way to be treating the people who are educating our children. The fact that thousands of educators participated in the sick-out sends a loud message to us from teachers whose voices have been silenced. This is not the Mike Peterson School District. This is our school district. All children in Douglas County deserve leaders who have their best interests.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Triana Burdick, Matthew Solak, followed by Chris Horn. Triana Burdick.
Yes, can you hear me?
Can go ahead.
Yeah, it's interesting that we only have 90 seconds when we were told that we wouldn't be shortening public comment, but the definition of transparent is to be able to see through, easy to notice, honest and open, and not secretive. Not a single one of these definitions reflects the current board majority. On Monday at 2:46 p.m., members of the community received an email from the former Board of Education member, Stephen Peck. He knew about this special meeting and the agenda before it was made public. Here is a section from his email verbatim. If you are able to attend, there is a special meeting on this Wednesday, February 16th at 5 p.m. at Wilcox Building. The topic will be the superintendent decision and the path forward for the district. Supportive public comments are important and impactful. Your attendance sends a clear message. We support this board and we are not going away. If you cannot attend, please consider sending emails to the board members, end quote. If the reformer Stephen Peck knew about the meeting before it was made public, where is the transparency? Furthermore, no business or company in their right mind would set a 1-week timeline to hire someone to run that company. There are schools who have been waiting for weeks and months to hire a principal, but we are going to ram through the pre-picked superintendent within a week. This is all just smoke and mirrors to make the board appear to be transparent when in fact the decision has already been made.
Thank you. Next will be Matthew Solak, Chris Horn, followed by Christina Courtney.
Yes, can you hear me?
Can go ahead.
Yes, in addition to my statement, I also have Krista Miller's statement. She couldn't be here. She should be on the list. Can I read her statement after mine, please?
Just read your statement now, Mr. Solak, and if we call on Krista Miller at the time and she is not here, you can make her statement for her.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Matthew Solak, and I've been a teacher in the district for 14 years. Well, it did not take long for the Kids First directors to show their true colors. As a teacher, I strive to teach my students the value of respect, integrity, and honesty. In just 2 months, you have demonstrated an utter disregard for these values. Respect is recognizing and valuing people's unique experiences and backgrounds. The way in which you fired Superintendent Wise not only disrespected him and your colleagues on the dais, but also disrespected the community you represent, the teachers and staff, and most importantly, the students you're sworn to serve. Your disrespect abounds. Integrity is doing the right thing when nobody is looking. What do you do when nobody is looking? You scheme and plot to implement your agenda without regard for the years of transparent work undertaken by teachers, staff, and the public. Your lack of integrity makes you untrustworthy. Honesty is simply telling the truth. You say one thing, but do another. It has become clear that we cannot trust what comes out of your mouths. So we will not be listening to what you say, but watching what you do and how you do it. I predict that the process for hiring a new superintendent will follow the morally corrupt pattern of your decision-making. Any person who accepts the position of superintendent by means of a morally corrupt process is equally morally corrupt and unfit to serve the students of Douglas County. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have Chris Horn, Christina Courtney, followed by Chad Cox. Ms. Horn.
Yes, can you hear me?
Mr. Horn, go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, I'm a resident, Chris Horn, a resident of Douglas County for 15 years now. I'm here tonight because I'm frustrated and disappointed in this board. From what I heard in the last discussion around the superintendent position and their responsibilities, apparently teachers who participated in the sick out are too political, and parents that don't support you don't matter. We keep hearing that parents' voices are important, but those voices are apparently only important if you paid the price of fealty at the ballot box for the board majority. This is not the military. We do not have a lockstep with our chain of command. And as such, there is no requirement for leaders of DCSD to bow down to every whim of the board majority without any discussion if they think it potentially hurts the district's ability to meet the needs of the student body or their education. Teachers are also not bound to remain muzzled and forego expressing their concerns just because they work in the public realm. By your own standards of leadership you applied to Corey Wise, you have failed to comprehend the costs in the money, personnel, and community trust, and thus failed in your role managing this district. This majority was essentially won on a referendum of mask mandates and the need to keep politics out of the classroom. However, we continue to see politics abound with evocations of the union boogeyman, the former reformer sending out meeting notices with the agenda prior to being made public, DC GOP circulating letters to enlist groups of people to comment regularly in a round robin type. Also in the previous meeting.
Thank you. Next will be Christina Courtney, Chad Cox, followed by Kim Cleaver. Christina.
Can you hear me?
You can go ahead.
I'm speaking today for myself and many others who are furiously distraught and still grieving over the termination of Corey Wise. He is one who leads with integrity, grace, compassion, and dedication. Corey is a fierce advocate for all. This is a man who gave his heart and soul to this district for 26 years and supported staff and students unequivocally. The majority's divisive, non-transparent move to force Corey out of his position is disgraceful, unethical, and gross. Further removing Corey has resulted in a domino effect where our district has lost another great asset, Sid Rundle. Do you realize or even care that turnover like this has a negative impact on staff morale, that student achievement is impacted when staff turnover increases? Why on earth would you terminate a beloved superintendent knowing that the taxpayers have to pay for the remainder of that contract and pay for a new one? The majority is being sued for not following sunshine law, and tax dollars will be used to combat that battle. How is any of this going to help an MLO get passed when the four continue to show no regard for fiscal responsibility? Huge thanks to directors Ray, Meek, and Hansen for transparency. You are honorable, courageous, and resilient. To the majority, take time to learn from them, or you can continue to burn this district to the ground by making decisions that put students, staff, and the community last. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Chad Cox, Kim Cleaver, followed by Matthew Smith.
Good evening. I cannot imagine that you can unambiguously identify a, quote, finalist to be superintendent of our school district, unless that is that you have already made backdoor promises to someone, which we all know is the current MO. You had a perfectly great superintendent that devoted 26 years of his life to this district. Have you not learned from your mistakes? Making rash decisions at which you are not prepared for the consequences for has not bode well for any of you. You fired him for not being, quote, loyal enough to you. Well, they are not meant to be loyal to you. You come and you will go. And for many of us, May cannot come soon enough. A superintendent should be for the students and teachers, and not those that just get a tickle in their butt to have a gavel in their hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Kim Cleaver, Matthew Smith, Katrina Ike. Kim Cleaver,
Good evening.
go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. What is leadership? Brene Brown, in her book, Dare to Lead, a book that is offered as a book study selection for school staff by the district, says this of leadership. When we dare to lead, we don't pretend to have the right answers. We stay curious and ask the right questions. We don't see power as finite and hoard it. We know that power becomes infinite when we share it with others. We don't avoid difficult conversations and situations. We lean into vulnerability when it's necessary to do good work. In other words, leadership requires vulnerability, values, trust, and resilience. Trust comes from ethical decision-making, shared values, and transparency. It is interrupted by upheaval and unexpected changes, like the abrupt firing of Superintendent Corey Wise. This becomes especially true when the expected due process is not followed or when decisions are rash and rushed. 2 days ago, the board posted the timeline for hiring a new superintendent. The stated process will only take a week? How will meaningful feedback from parents, staff, and students be collected in such a short period? We are already experiencing the consequences of rash decisions. Why make another one? I urge you to embrace vulnerability and engage in the good work of a transparent hiring process.
Matthew Smith, followed by Katrina Ike, followed by James Puchala.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, awesome. I've been off social media for over a year, and I've been working the last couple of days and really appalled by what I'm seeing on all sides of this issue. So I hope that we can start assuming good intentions and stop, with the back and forth. I think it'd be really helpful. I do agree with the direction of the superintendent here, and I hope that, I think leadership change is good, and I hope that we can find a qualified superintendent quickly to fill the role and start moving forward as a district. I'll be very brief here. I think Brandy Bradley said it very well, and I would like to, I don't want to repeat her statistics, but I think I can say something that we can all agree with. Let's put Douglas County in the news for things like high test scores and superior academics. Thanks, and have a good night.
Thank you, Katrina Ike, followed by James Puchala, followed by Miles Cortez.
Okay, can you hear me?
You can. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to talk about the fiscal irresponsibility in this district. We need to nip this in the bud. My remarks tonight are directed largely at Directors Peterson, Winiger, Myers, and Williams, all of whom I do not have confidence and trust in. Your decisions are already costing our district money that are not in budget. It looks like we will soon be paying double salaries, double benefits for 2 superintendents. This is money taken from our teachers, our staff, and our building maintenance. It also appears that your immature and hasty judgments will be opening our district to expensive legal suits. What are we paying our attorneys now? $400 an hour? $500? $600? How many millions did the reformers cost our district in frivolous legal actions again? Are we heading down this path? Since 1982, as a college sophomore, I have voted yes for every single school bond, every mill levy, anything asked for public education. I can't trust you for as wise stewards of our $839 million budget. As everything stands now, my first vote for an MLO will be no. First time in 40 years. I can't trust you. It's heartbreaking and it's infuriating. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be James Puchala, Miles Cortez, and then Sandra Emerson.
James Puchala is not online, sir.
Okay, Miles Cortez, Sandra Emerson, followed by Carolyn Ford. Mr. Cortez.
Can you hear me?
Ken, go ahead.
I'm enjoying the revisionist history from the supporters of the minority, but I want to remind everybody the 4 Kids First candidates were elected in November with record voter turnout, but there's been some attempt to confuse that issue in the community. Here are the actual numbers. Beginning in 2015, voter turnout for the school board went from 86,000 to 89,000 to 92,000, then all the way to a record 119,000 in 21. That's a 29.4% increase over 19. Some will say that's because Dougco has grown. That's true. The population grew 5% and the number of registered voters grew by 8% between 19 and 21, but voter turnout grew by almost 30% for the same period. No matter how you slice it, the election was a referendum on the old board's vision for the district, and their vision was resoundingly rejected. Even with a 7-0 majority, they failed to deliver anything more than a token pay raise for teachers, despite having an MLO. November was a definitive and decisive rejection of the old board, with the 4 new candidates winning by an average of just under 11 percentage points. If 7 seats had been in play, 7 would have flipped. The Kids First slate has been empowered by the voters to chart a new course for the district. Do not be distracted from your mission by the minority. Their hypocrisy is rich. They wanted their guy as superintendent when they were in control, but now they cry foul. Ignore the noisy activists and listen to the silent majority. Execute on your plan and fill the position ASAP. Make sure the new superintendent is one who will help you realize your vision for the district. That's what the voters hired you to do. The people have spoken, so listen to them.
Thank you. Next will be Sandra Emerson, Carolyn Ford, followed by Kendra Gish. Ms. Emerson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Ken, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sandra Emerson, and thank you for this opportunity allowing me to speak. I just want to simply say that I definitely agree with the board's majority decision to let go of Corey Wise. There was no other way to move forward and accomplish the goals you have set as a board for the voters. The kids and parents of Douglas County deserve a superintendent who reflects the values of the people of the district. The voters have spoken, and the new majority should have the ability to choose a superintendent who isn't defiant against the will of the parents and voters. So I just want to ask you to please keep moving forward and don't let all this rumble get to you. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, Carolyn Ford, Kendra Gish, followed by Amy Stanton. Carolyn Ford.
Can you hear me?
You can go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Carolyn Ford, a Douglas County resident, teacher, parent of DCSD graduates, and I'm also a member of the DCF. I'm an unaffiliated voter who has voted in every election, big or small. My vote does not convey tacit agreement to every decision a board member chooses to make. To say that public comment is not necessary because people spoke with their votes in November implies that the voices of all your constituents are silenced once votes are counted. Every member of this community deserves the respect and opportunity to provide input before decisions that affect the leadership and direction of this district are made. Had I been given the chance to speak before the action taken February 4th, I would have shared how important a superintendent who was so deeply vested in and committed to this district was, and share the sense of stability he brought. I'd also like to point out that it is disingenuous to blame the union for any position that is contrary to the board's. The union does not do my thinking for me. I use critical thinking skills, as I expect my students to do, when deciding what is best for students, teachers, and the community. I joined the union because of the stark realization that teachers do not actually have a voice in this district, and that the union shares my goals for providing the best education for all students in this district. Unfortunately, it seems that the only voice teachers have is their resume. I fear that we are about to lose many of our best educators, again, due to harmful decisions that disregard the value of legitimate discourse from the many stakeholders in the district. Again, here are all the people you were put in office to represent, not just the ones who bubbled the box next to your name. The students of the district deserve more, and you can't.
Thank you. We will have Kendra Gish, Amy Stanton, and then without objection by directors, we will take a short recess before we continue with public comment. Kendra Gish.
Kendra Gish is not online, sir. Amy Stanton is not online, sir.
Okay. Without objection from directors, can we take a 10-minute break and start up again at 7:35? And we will resume public comment at that time. Okay, break and resume at 7:35. Thank you. believe we're just waiting on Director Meek. Mr. Blair, are you ready to continue?
Yes, we are, sir. Chris, can you take down the graphic, please?
Okay, resuming public comment, we will proceed with Leah Rafali, Joelle Chambers, followed by Krista Mann. Ms. Rafali, are you on?
This is Leah.
Hi, Ms. Rafali, we can hear you, but you were a little broken. Go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can go ahead.
Okay, hopefully you can hear all of this. I'm talking tonight. Okay. I'm talking tonight as the supporter of our students, our teachers, our community, and our school board. We didn't arrive where we are today by accident. Peterson, Weinegard, Byers, and Williams stepped up to serve and won the election because for several reasons, the citizens of Douglas County saw our education system headed in the wrong direction. In order to alter the direction of our education system, changes must be made. Respond to change. Do we scream, point fingers, stomp our feet, say it's unfair, and try to prove we were cheated? Is that what we would expect from our children? I'm sure you all agree with me that we would expect our children to with another, always seek to speak to them first and conflict ramifications. Step back, similar painful disagreements and unnecessary drama. This is happening nationwide. We must remember our enemies are not each other. While we can make improvement, we have more in common than we have differences. The most important being that we love and cherish our children. The antidote is strong communities. Get off social media and talk to each other. Let's stop this so that we can pay our teachers what they deserve.
Thank you. We will now have Joelle Chambers, Krista Mann, followed by Kelly Dixon. Ms. Chambers.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can go ahead.
Hi, I just had really quick, wanted to jump on and tell you guys that we elected you in November to make change in the district, and I want to thank you for doing so. Change is very hard for some, for everyone really, and it seems that those who are against you have pulled out all the stops and are willing to destroy our kids' education to stop this board from doing what is the best interest of our students and teachers. But I also want you to know that there are still a whole lot of us who want unity and progress for our teachers and students, and we support you. I thank you for the changes that have happened and those that are coming. And I trust you to make those changes in the best interest of our kids and our teachers. Each of you is making a huge difference, and I appreciate the time and work that you're giving to our school district. I'm hopeful that someday it will once again be a great place to send our kids to be educated rather than indoctrinated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Krista Mann, Kelly Dixon, followed by Braden Miguel. Krista Mann.
Hello, can you hear me?
You can go ahead.
Thank you to this board who is making tough choices based on prioritizing students and their education. I would like to ask the board to consider the task at hand. We have heard enough about your feelings, and I ask that you pull yourselves together to govern this district. You don't have to like one another or the way that your fellow directors have voted in order to conduct yourselves in a professional manner. We have a mill levy override to try and get passed so that this board can accomplish what previous boards have not, and that is improving the compensation of teachers. Retention of experienced, quality educators and staff is what is going to impact our students. Recall efforts, false accusations of directors breaking laws, none of this is productive behavior and undermines voter confidence to get an MLO passed. It begs the question, are your behavior and tactics an attempt to ensure the MLO fails? I would also like to know if the 3 board members who recently called the Zoom meeting are so transparent, how was it that Kyle Clark knew and reported on this subject matter before the taxpayers of Douglas County heard it from your own lips? How is it that the teachers union had a call scheduled directly afterward run by a state level union operative? You want to point the finger at your fellow board members, but your actions are a direct reflection of your own lack of integrity. It's time to get priorities straight, and that is putting kids and their education first. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Kelly Dixon, Braden Miguel, followed by Jessica Kaiser. Kelly Dixon.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can go ahead.
You talk about this as a business with the superintendent as CEO. It's not a great analogy, but I'll roll with it for a moment. Yes, a CEO can change, but you will see shareholders react and stock price will reflect that. We are your shareholders and your stock price is tanking. And in this kind of labor market, you do not have the luxury of risking employee retention because if they see something better, they will jump ship. And then you will see where your stock price goes when the company can't meet its measures of performance. When you say kids first, which kids are you purporting to serve? Is it the Hispanic and Black students that were cited as lower performing in the iReady data as part of the justification for firing the superintendent? Tell us your criteria then for finding a superintendent who will support equity to resolve those issues. Your use of those statistics, while at the same time gutting the equity policy, is astounding to me, by the way. How is your new direction for the district going to serve the kids who sent emails and made public comments about the racial, homophobic, transphobic, and offensive slurs and hate crimes that happen in our district? These kids and our teachers are not pawns in the culture war you and your Fox News and Fair buddies have cultivated in our country. Let's call your caucus what it really is, parents first. You talk about trust, transparency. Well, your special interests and your outside influences are transparent to me. Your determination to act as if no one else's voice matters in this district is transparent to me. I trust that you will follow a playbook that has no basis in proven educational practices. I trust that your disdain for our educators will put my children's education at risk. As a parent, citizen, and taxpayer, I demand that this board take inputs from all constituents, and I demand that this board select a superintendent committed to equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Braden Miguel, followed by Jessica Kaiser, followed by TJ Calloway.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can go ahead.
All right. Braden, alumni over 9 years. I want to take time and think it's important to explain how data and spreadsheets work. A database, like a spreadsheet, allows you to track the occurrence of things. This includes things like notes, date of response, and if a person was for or against something. The only way to actually know you're representing a community is by tracking and verifying the data you get. If you have 200 emails, you should want to record them, not do a reset. All actions without data is speculation, and claiming election results are a stand-in for public polling and feedback disregards the unique people and circumstances outside of elections. Example of data: 9 have spoken in support of new direction and strategies, 27 so far, and all students and alumni in opposition of direction, 1 somewhat neutral, and 1 guy too emotional to talk about it. I think it is time to take time, listen, and connect. So I disagree with the timeline for superintendent. I find the lack of process and stakeholder comment to be problematic. 15% in 1 election does not mean you or supporters can claim that support, and it disregards students who do not have meaningful way to vote or speak up. I also want to call out rhetoric. For example, one of you even compared union actions to acts of terrorism in the last meeting. And I can't believe I have to explain this, but unions got us many great things like child labor laws, the weekend, and on top of so many safety and healthcare wins. If this was 100 years ago, which side would be arguing for? Now I bring that up because I think legacy might still be the thing that can connect us. How are we going to be remembered? And as history and the internet will showcase.
Thank you. Next will be Jessica Kaiser, TJ Calloway, followed by Lucas Johnson. Ms. Kaiser.
Can you hear me?
You can go ahead.
Thank you for taking public comment this time. I want to ask you to stop thinking about the speed at which you can accomplish your objectives and start thinking about processes to rebuild trust in our community with district teachers and staff and with our students. In the words of Director Myers in many of her campaign ads, you need to listen. When the Board of Education makes impactful decisions on a dime, it throws chaos into our educational system. And after the last 2 years, chaos is the exact opposite of what our schools need. People want to feel like their voices are heard, that their viewpoints are considered, even if they don't carry the day. It's not about whether you think you followed the letter of the law. Nixon believed he was not a crook. It's about whether you are following the spirit of those laws and whether the community, the teachers, the staff, and the students think that you have their best interests at heart. There is no emergency here. We have acting superintendents who have spoken well tonight about an important issue in front of the district. Take the opportunity to show those of us who think you've already made your selection for superintendent that we're wrong. Let all the voices in the district be heard as part of this process. Please listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaiser. Next will be TJ Calloway, Lucas Johnson, followed by Elizabeth Berry.
Hey, everybody. Hope you can hear me.
Can go ahead.
Good. Thank you. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this. So I'm just going to speak from my heart and say it was, I think, 2 weeks ago tomorrow that our teachers voiced, that they didn't want their superintendent to be mistreated. And they're sounding the alarm that something was wrong. And as a parent, that was enough for me to support them because my experience with our teachers has just been incredible, especially considering the past 2 years. But how did the 4 new board members respond? You fired the superintendent, effectively insulting your greatest asset, teachers. 4 of you have a majority. You make pronouncements, dictate policy, set agendas, and hire and fire seemingly at will. But with that leadership mantle, you also must lead well. So please turn the temperature down. Our teachers should not feel intimidated and confronted, whether they are in a union or not, or voted for you or not. They all need to know you support them and have their backs. I ask you to please stop leading with an us versus them attitude and instead cultivate a team approach. Right now, I don't feel the new board members are up to the task, but I want to be proven wrong. You need to get this right for the sake of our children. As a parent, I ask you to show that you are for our children, their teachers, and the school district. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next will be Lucas Johnson, Elizabeth Berry, followed by Margarita Fiducia. Mr. Johnson.
Hello. I'd like to begin by expressing my total support for our 4 newly elected board members, and thank you each from the bottom of my heart for your courage and self-sacrifice. I will support and defend your decisions so long as you continue to prioritize our kids, their education, and futures first. I agree with your decision to fire Superintendent Wise for the simple reason that he violated the faith and trust that many parents placed in him to put our kids first. It was obvious to many of the parents who attended board meetings last year that his priority was not our kids, that his priority was self-preservation. Mr. Wise demonstrated his misaligned priorities again on February 4th when he stated he serves the staff and employees, and later said CEOs value every single employee and, secondly, every single student. Priority should always and in every circumstance and decision be centered on our kids first. I support this board. I support your decisions. And I just want to say one thing to the teachers for the record, that we parents love and respect you. Without you, none of this works. I thank you for your dedication and sacrifice on behalf of our children and community. You have the full support of the majority of parents in this district, and we will work together to ensure that you are the best resourced and best paid teachers in the state, so long as you always put our kids first. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Elizabeth Berry, followed by Margarita Fiducia, followed by Callista Braga. Ms. Berry.
Can you hear me?
You can go ahead.
Thank you. Looking at the action item document in the agenda, it appears that a selection could be made within as little as 2 weeks for a superintendent. When I saw that, that seemed extremely rushed timeline to me for such a huge decision. So I did some research, and looking at other school districts, both within our state and elsewhere, I could not find one that had a timeline that was shorter than 3 months. This leads me to believe that some members of the board already have someone in mind for this position. How else could you think to, push this through in 2 weeks? This seems very disingenuous to me, to the policies of the board. It seems disingenuous to the board goal of having collaborative parent, family, and community relations. It seems disingenuous to creating a safe, positive culture and climate. Pushing this through in 2 weeks seems disingenuous to academic excellence. How can you make that decision within 2 weeks? It seems disingenuous to me to create and retain outstanding educators and staff. So to the board members that may be acting prematurely or ramming a candidate into office, I want you to know that we see this as lip service. And that is what it is if you're not truly committed to finding the best person. And that is what it is if you're not willing to collaborate and have.
Thank you. Next will be Margarita Fiducia, followed by Callista Braga, followed by Melissa Pillay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm here to address the timeline for selecting the next superintendent as a parent to 3 amazing students in Douglas County Public Neighborhood Schools. I am driven by my civic duty to speak up in the face of clear incompetence. I've worked in recruiting and human resources for 20 years for private and publicly traded companies. This lack of concern for finding the right talent is shocking. This board likened the job of the superintendent to that of a CEO. No company would spend just 9 days, 6 working days to decide on finalists for the highest job in their organization. This would be abhorrent to any board of directors, stockholders, or other shareholders or stakeholders. We parents trust that you will take your stewardship of our community's educational system and our children's future seriously and thoughtfully. This timeline is offensive and beyond outside of standard norms. I want to just refer you to the Council of the Great City Schools, who recommends a process of at least 6 months to get to finalists. I forwarded their guide to all of you. I am urging the board to consult with experts on hiring of a superintendent, use established methods, and take concern to our future and present goals. I implore you to set your political agendas aside that do not belong in the classroom or school district. This is supposed to be a nonpartisan assignment, and consider what is best for the community as a whole. I'm aware that you are due whatever you are going to do, but I hope that you are also aware that the community is watching you and we are awake. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next will be Callista Braga, followed by Melissa Pillay, followed by Kathy Redmond.
Hello.
We can hear you this time. Go ahead.
Thank you. Do you know what my kids did yesterday? A lockdown drill. I know every school does them, but when you've lived through a school shooting, it's a little different. My kids were 5, 7, and 10 the day of the STEM school shooting, and teachers and staff saved our lives that day. Once you live through a school shooting, the drills are trauma triggers. We've spent the last week planning with support staff and teachers to prepare them, and they did it. Again, a large part due to their teachers and school staff. But do you know why we walked away the day of the shooting? Again, because of teachers and staff. I was serving a meal in the teacher's lounge with an 11-month-old and a 5-year-old when the first shots rang out. I panicked and ended up in the hallway with the stroller and little kids. A staff member helped get us into a bathroom and safe before she even thought of her own safety. Hiding on the floor, texting my husband goodbye. I was also texting with my daughter's teacher, who had her own children at the school, and she was letting me know my girl was safe. Those same teachers walked back into that school a few weeks later and greeted our kids with smiles and hugs. I still have a panic attack walking into that building, so it amazes me they can and do it every day. We send our kids to school, not only expect them to learn from their teachers, but we expect those same teachers to put their lives on the line to protect our kids. And you know what? They do it every damn time. They don't think twice, they just do it. They don't ask who their parents voted for. They protect all children as if they are their own. Because they are, only if 8 hours a day, they're their kids too. My kids' teachers saved our lives on May 7th, literally. So I will stand up and fight for them every second of every day.
Thank you. Next will be Melissa Pillay,
Can
followed
you
by
hear me? Sorry.
followed by Kathy Redmond, followed by David Tennant. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Perfect. And that's a hard act to follow. Thank you, Callista, for sharing that story. I'm a parent whose children attend our neighborhood elementary school, and I'm here to share my grave concerns about the proposed timeline to hire a new superintendent, which only seems to affirm that you did not try to work with Corey Wise and were always planning to fire him in order to appoint a preordained person who supports your political agenda, not taking into account what is best for public education, children, or educators. Given your extremist views, misconduct, and flat-out lies, it is prudent that if you are going to appoint a pre-identified superintendent hastily, that we include a provision in their contract allowing us to terminate said contract without cause or obligation to pay, should any of you either be found guilty of misconduct or illegal actions, or be successfully recalled so that our community isn't further financially or morally harmed by your reckless, politically motivated actions. I challenge you to prove me wrong. I'd be happy to be wrong here. Hold a genuine open recruitment process and seriously consider candidates that see public education as an asset. We'll listen to all voices and ensure all students have safe, supportive, and responsive learning environments so that they meet their full potential, which, by the way, is simply equity in education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next will be Kathy Redmond, David Turnett, followed by Janet Babb.
Hi, everyone.
Go ahead.
A fourth Federal Office of Civil Rights Investigation was opened on February 4th against DCSD for Title IX violations involving a teacher who was found not responsible by this district after a Title IX investigation. DCSD now has the most federal OCR Title IX investigations of any education institution in the state. The Title IX training DCSD has on their website was developed by Rob Kent, a former Michigan State University attorney who oversaw and defended the sexual assault cover-ups involving Larry Nassar, MSU athletes, and professors. In the training, it tells the investigators to ask the victim who provided the condom, who took off whose clothes, and the best one, what is the sexual history of the victim, not the perpetrator. This training alone will harm female students, open you to more lawsuits and federal investigations, as will paying an extraordinary amount of money to be trained by ATICSA, as is being planned currently. You need to address this, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be David Turnett, Janet Babb, followed by Robin Webb.
Yeah, this is Dave.
Go ahead. We can hear you.
Yeah, first I'd like to agree with the board majority's decision to let Corey Wise go. While Corey may have been popular among the staff, he wasn't a leader. I was quite surprised to hear that Corey Wise had 26 years of experience in education. I would expect the superintendent of DCSD, regardless of experience, to understand that the mission of his staff, from the cabinet to administrators to teachers, is to educate. And we cannot educate when we walk out on our kids. The fact that Corey Wise did not understand this and act on this was a clear indication that Corey was not a leader and that the school district needs. After 2 turbulent years of patchwork education during COVID, we need continuity in the classroom. And we need leaders that will do whatever they can to achieve that continuity. I'd also like to get information on the candidates' views on charter schools. I'd like a superintendent that doesn't openly disdain charter schools. The comments made by the former board president were very disconcerting last week. Oh, and check their DUI record before choosing a superintendent. We don't want to have to settle for our second choice with a rapid decision. That's all.
Thank you. Next will be Janet Babb, Robin Webb, followed by Richard Clark.
Okay, can you hear me?
Can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dr. JJ Babb, and I'm a teacher in Douglas County School District, and I'm not a union member. I took February 3rd off. I may have taken this day off because my child was sick. I may have taken this day off because I have an elderly parent needing care. I may have taken this day off because I'm mentally exhausted from teaching during a pandemic. And I may have taken the day off to voice my displeasure of the unethical and possibly illegal activities by members of this board. However, the reason for my absence from work is no one's business but my own. While I am glad the Cora request has been withdrawn, I'm disappointed that it was even considered by this board or district leadership. Moving forward, I am hopeful that the board's majority's unwavering commitment to the recently passed Culture of Individual Excellence and Inclusion resolution, which assures district staff of respect, care, and individual dignity, and also strives to make every staff member feel welcome and have a sense of belonging, will lead this board and district leadership to deny any release of personnel records. In addition, I hope that there is protection by this board and district staff from retaliation, intimidation, or shame placed on a staff member's constitutionally protected First Amendment right to voice grievances given in the United States, which, as you stated, continues to shine as a beacon for unprecedented individual freedom.
Thank you. Next is Robin Webb, Richard Clark, followed by Amy Ackerman.
Hello, can you hear me?
You can go ahead.
I'm so tired of listening to the people who tout unity, call anybody who doesn't agree with them a crazy conspiracy theorist who hates teachers. I personally think teachers are saints. I showed up to so many board meetings before it got flipped. I never once felt heard or respected. I never got anything but a canned response back, ever. I wrote a scathing speech about the bullying, hypocrisy, and divisiveness I'm so sick of watching, but I threw it in the trash. At some point, we need to agree that we don't agree on everything and move on. All of the back and forth and infighting is not constructive. I have my opinions on our previous superintendent, and they don't matter anymore. Please find a way to work together. We are all raw and mad. Our children are watching this and they are stuck in the middle. There are multiple sides and angles here. We aren't going to always agree. I am sure we can all agree that the only thing that really matters here is our kids. Douglas County voted for change. Change can be hard. There is a time and a place to debate. We also need to find common ground and come together. Please, as our leaders, find a way to come together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. Richard Clark, followed by Amy Ackerman, followed by Morgan O'Hara. Richard Clark.
Can you hear me?
You can go ahead.
Our boys attend Coyote Creek Elementary, and my wife and I care deeply about the education of our 3 kids. All board members clearly agree that the role of superintendent is very important to the quality of education. The 4 board members in favor of change spoke of needing the right person in this role, ASAP. A temporary vacancy was worth it then and is worth it now. Rushing the hiring process undermines the idea that you couldn't risk having the wrong person in the role. Those 4 also noted that the superintendent is the only employee of the board and the CEO of one of the largest districts of the state. It would be unimaginable for a corporate board to propose this time frame when hiring a new CEO. Additionally, the board plans on asking for more public money. You need to be prudent when spending taxpayer money if you're to be trusted with more. You knowingly spent several $100,000s to fire Superintendent Wise. The need to have the right person was so important that it was worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Surely getting it right is worth spending the necessary time as well. In short, rushing to fill the vacancy left by Mr. Wise is in direct conflict with the need to get it right. It would demonstrate that this board is either not consistent or not honest in their motives, does not follow best corporate practices in filling critical roles, and should not be trusted to spend taxpayer money with thoughtfulness and deliberation. If you want to restore the trust of the public and the integrity of the board, you must act with integrity. No matter how much you say you have pure motives and good intentions, continuing to rush important decisions would demonstrate that those motives and intentions cannot be trusted.
Thank you. Next, we have Amy Ackerman, Morgan O'Hara, followed by Sarah Wu.
Hello. Hi, my name is Amy, and I'm a parent to 2 DCSD public school students. As others have already said, 2 weeks ago, one of the majority board members referred to the superintendent position as being the CEO of the school district. With this in mind, how many corporations hire a new CEO in a little over a week? The fact that you are keeping the search internal and fast-tracking the process shows that your previous campaign messaging about transparency and putting kids and families first is a lie. It's obvious you have a preset agenda. The February 4th fiasco, when you fired Corey Wise without cause, should not have been held without public input. You hid from us during that meeting because you knew many DCSD stakeholders would not agree with your actions. It's not just what you did, but how you did it. Previous speakers tonight have said Corey is to blame for decreased test scores and for students who have departed the district. The data has been taken out of context to fit their agenda. I want to speak to teachers and staff with regards to their choice to take the day off to peacefully assemble and protest board malfeasance. When people in positions of power are making decisions without pausing to consider the facts brought to them by all constituents and stakeholders, not just the people who voted for them, you should have every right to protest. To the minority board members, I want you to know there are many parents here in Douglas County who support you, and we appreciate your continued professionalism and your genuine advocacy for teachers, staff, and students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Morgan O'Hara, Sarah Wu, followed by Ken Malkskin.
Can you hear me?
We can go ahead, Ms. O'Hara.
Thank you guys for listening, but honestly, it feels pointless after you prove to us that you do not care about parent input regarding our superintendent, but I hope I am wrong, and I believe in the ability of people to change. I have to admit, I didn't know much about Mr. Wise, but the four of you made me a fan. The positive things you said were the only clear things I heard. Other than that, trust in this process is something we do not get to expect. Please prove us wrong. The community you represent deserves a transparent search over a longer period of time than you've laid out, one that matches the hiring process of other high-level positions, and someone experienced in public, not private or charter education. Do not forget that you are called to serve all kids if you want to live up to the idea of kids and parents first, unless you only ever meant parents who agree with you first. Also remember that winning an election does not equate success in the role. Your actions do. You spoke the word trust over and over, but acted with no understanding of the word. You spoke against activism, but that's what you're deeply entrenched in, and that's at the expense of our students. Ms. Weiniger and Ms. Myers specifically, I saw a glimmer of your conscience peeking through in your shaky voices, and I pray that you begin listening to it. To parents, what are our children and their education worth? Yes, our children have all been negatively impacted by these last few years. It's been hard on them in more ways than one, but do we want to make them pay a price even longer? They have endured enough. Are we really going to stand by and watch as they endure the opposite of stability when stability is almost within reach? Do not give up or give in. It utterly breaks my heart to think of our kids who have been through so much, especially in the last few years, to watch their friends, their neighbors, their teachers, and their community split apart. And that is what is in the.
Thank you. Next will be Sarah Wu, Ken Mulkson, and then Sammy Klaus.
Sarah Wu is not online, sir.
Okay, we will move to Ken Mulkson, Sammy Klaus, followed by Chris Cote.
Hi, this is Ken Molson. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak with you tonight about the proposed superintendent hiring process and timeline. Your job in this process is to actively listen and take into consideration the diverse community feedback prior to making this decision on this role. This process cannot be rushed in the interest of reaching the finish line first, like so many of the recent board decisions, which have brought us to this critical juncture today. The proposed timeline indicates the board plans to take action to vote on finalists only a week following the posted job description. I'll remind you that Colorado state law requires that the list of finalists must be posted a minimum of 14 days prior to taking action on filling this position. Also, while public comment is reflected on the timeline, 48 hours between finalist selection and interviews doesn't provide sufficient time for thoughtful stakeholder feedback and input. These voices must be given priority in your decision-making process. The decision to disrupt our academic school year with the change in leadership demonstrates a lack of respect for due process, and it highlights a short-sighted strategy for the future success of the district. It's your civic responsibility to demonstrate consideration and respect for this feedback without being dismissive, rolling your eyes, or seeking an opportunity to retire early rather than acknowledging the community voice. And it's critical that you come together as a team in making this decision. Failing to do so demonstrates a distinct lack of trust in one another and from the community which you allegedly represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Sammy Klaus, followed by Chris Cote, followed by Matt Bergenholtz.
This is Sammy Wheeler Klaus,
You're-
and I am a public educator. I'm a former teacher, principal, and district administrator. But tonight, I want to talk to you as a grandparent of 3 children who go to Douglas County schools. I volunteer in their school every week, and it saddens me to see what has happened here in Douglas County. I moved here 4.5 years ago, and it's clear to me after looking at your agenda and going through all of the documents for tonight's agenda that this was your plan from the very beginning when you ran for election. And the fact that you already have someone else in mind for the superintendency of Douglas County School District. And probably you've already talked to them and already made them a deal and offered them a job. So my question for you is, are you really being transparent about this interview process, or is this a done deal? In fact, it's already in the news that you've selected Aaron Kane. But I asked you, have you talked to staff about her short stint as interim superintendent and how well that didn't go? Wow, according to your survey and the interview questions you've put together, you expect her to be transparent when you aren't. You said on KOA, Director Peterson, that you need someone who will.
Thank you. Next will be Chris Cote, Matt Bergenholtz, followed by Chris Chalene.
Chris Cote is not online, sir.
Okay, Matt Bergenholtz, Chris Chalene, followed by Christine Garcia.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Mr. Bergenholtz.
My name is Matt Bergenholtz. I'm a Castle Rock resident, voter, and concerned father of 2 children in our public schools. I'm concerned that this board is not listening to all the voices in the community. Drastic changes need to take place for our new school board members in the approach to the public that you serve and how you treat our dedicated teachers and staff. You were elected to represent the entire community, not just a vocal few. You need to do better. We all want the district to provide a world-class education for our students and an exciting and vibrant workplace for our teachers. Continuing down the path you've chosen the past few weeks will not get us there. So far, you've done nothing but stir up division, cost the district hundreds of thousands of dollars. Worst part was that you unceremoniously tossed out our superintendent without cause. He seemed like a good man, a devoted district employee, dedicated educator, and empowering leader. We had a choice to unite the community and district, and Mr. Wise would have been the perfect person to help do that. Now that you've made that choice, you have another choice in front of you. You can continue down a path of division and hiding your intentions, or you can do the thing you were elected to do and actually lead the district in the full view of the public you serve. I expect your search for a replacement superintendent to be thoughtful, consider public opinion, and happen in plain view in due course. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Chris Chalene, followed by Christine Garcia, followed by Matt Cassidy.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hello, my name is Chris Chalene. I work in the district. My wife works in the district. I have 3 sons that go to school here. Douglas County is our home. Thank you for doing the right thing by not releasing the names of those who had a sick day on February 3rd. I was out sick that day. I was at the doctor's office with my wife. She was getting cancer removed from her ear. Praise God, the procedure went well and she is recovering nicely. I am grateful that I will not be publicly shamed for no reason now, but the fact that this Cora request even came to be is frightening to me. It was an effort to give a target to angry parents. Whether you actually were part of the protest or not seems to be beside the point. This, unfortunately, is a demonstration of where our community is at right now. We're quick to act and slow to think it through. Politics seem to be more important than people. The 7 of you have a chance to model the kind of behavior that you'd like to see from the community. This community looks to its leaders for guidance. I implore you to please start working together. I've seen some glimpses of it, and I hope that you can start to find some compromise. But until you actually work together, the divide is only going to deepen in this community. Again, thank you for the entire board for standing up against retaliation tonight towards teachers and staffs, no matter what their reasons were for missing out that day. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now have Christine Garcia, followed by Sarah Wu, followed by Matt Cassidy.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
I've had an opportunity to learn a little about each of you through your campaign efforts and recent meetings. My husband is a military veteran like you, Mike. I'm also the daughter of a teacher like you, Kaylee. I also have 3 kids and I'm a small business owner trying to balance volunteering in all the ways I can at my kids' school while running my own business like you, Christy. I too wish someone would come empty my email inbox from the past 2 months like you, Becky. So like most things, we don't differ in every way. But it seems we do differ in how we approach problem solving and the process for getting an agenda accomplished. The tactics that have been employed thus far by you as board members have incited anger, discord, hate, and divide in our community. As leaders, you must repair the damage that has occurred over the past couple of weeks. Our teachers are getting hate mail on their car windshields just for trying to have their voices heard in a collective manner. You're rushing the hiring of a new superintendent for what reason? You've lost the trust of a big part of this community through your recent actions. What are you going to do now to regain that trust? How are you planning to lead this community forward? Here are some ideas for consideration. 1, take accountability. Admit that firing Corey Wise was a mistake. Make amends with Corey and invite him back. 2, start to involve this community and get public opinion before you make decisions. Show that you are listening and considering all aspects of concerns by explaining your argument for or against an issue. Once a vote has been cast, don't ask the person if they are sure that that's their vote. 3, follow the laws and rules. Read them, know them, and consult them regularly. Commit to knowing the responsibilities of your role inside and out. This is important. Our children's futures depend on you taking this.
Next will be Sarah Wu, followed by Matt Cassidy, followed by Sarah H. Miss Wu, you're online now.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
You can go ahead.
Thank you. First, I'd like it to be publicly noted that we were able to see in Kaylee's glasses that she was shopping and playing Candy Crush during this meeting, which is an incredible insult to everybody who's written so many of their public comments and taken so much time out of our daily lives. Monitoring this rogue board has become a second job for most of us, and it's exhausting. Whether we voted for you or not is no matter because politics are supposed to be out of play. But since I only have 90 seconds to talk and a screaming toddler at my feet, I'd like you to consider this analogy. Consider that I have just run a tank into your house, and I tell you now is the time for healing. I tell you we could use divisive words like grandmother and crushed and dead, but I would rather get down to the work of mending this badly divided house. No, I'd rather you get down to that work. I have a tank to drive. It would be a mistake to investigate who drove the tank through whose house, and that sort of rank partisan vindictiveness would only divide our fractured unity and could lead us to further tasks. We have an arsonist on this board who is now putting the fire out that he is trying to take credit for. We cannot have this continued divisiveness on our board and have people try and take credit for minor victories. We are not going to move forward as a community until Mike Peterson and the other board members that have voted with you take a stand and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have Matt Cassidy, followed by Sarah H., followed by Kelly Maxim. Mr. Cassidy.
Can you hear me?
You can go ahead.
Good evening, directors. My name is Matt Cassidy. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I'll make this quick as possible while still getting it right, because I think that's exactly what you should do in hiring a superintendent. Move as quickly as possible while still getting it right. Getting it right means finding a superintendent who will put the mission of this district first, to provide an educational foundation that allows each individual student to reach his or her individual potential. There's nothing in there about identity groups or closing gaps. To provide that foundation, we must find a superintendent who will implement the educational equity policy and the resolution on individual excellence and inclusion that you adopted on January 25th. Not one who thinks equity means dividing our kids into identity groups, stereotyping them, and identifying their needs based on the color of their skin, their gender, their sexual orientation, or any other group identity. Educational equity does mean that each student has his or her individual needs met. It's not by group, and one's personal achievement should have no bearing on another person's. Whether a child has asthma, needs an inhaler, has dyslexia and needs help reading, or has advanced beyond the standard curriculum and needs college level classes, give them all the foundation to reach their full potential for academic excellence, whatever that might mean for each student. What I want is what the Douglas County chapter of FAIR wants, which is what Martin Luther King Jr. wanted, to ensure that our children are judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Please get us a superintendent who feels the same way. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have Sarah H., Kelly Maxim, followed by Barrett Ralph.
Sarah H. is not online, sir.
Hey, Kelly Maxim, Barrett Ralph, followed by Mary Soldwich. Kelly Maxim.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
You can go ahead.
As a district parent and employee, I'm not sure words can adequately express all of my feelings after watching what's transpired in our district the past few weeks. As a parent in the district since my oldest, who's now 13, was in pre-K, I'm deeply concerned at the lack of transparency, as well as a lack of awareness and basic understanding of what it means and is required to be a school board member that I've witnessed by the 4 majority members. I watched the entirety of the board meeting earlier this month in which you voted to fire our not only beloved superintendent, but also one who's highly qualified, capable, and successful. And I can say without a doubt, there was no basis, nothing of any substance for which you decided he could no longer properly serve in his role. And to not allow for any public comment as part of that discussion, a monumental decision that will affect the entirety of our district, was abhorrent. I wasn't sure if I wanted to speak tonight, but I would regret not sharing my thoughts on behalf of my children and all of the teachers, administrators, and other staff members who are still reeling from all that's taken place. What you've accomplished is nothing but create further angst, turmoil, and division within our community. You claim this is all about kids first, but I can assure you it is not. And I know that all of you know that as well. Power can be a dangerous thing, and we are all now witness to its abuse. What it can do, not to just one person, but an entire community who is so tired after living through 2 years of a pandemic and is longing for stability, strong leadership, and support for each and every one of our teachers and students, only to have 4 individuals in the position of power rip the rug out from each and every one of us.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Barrett Rolfe, followed by Mary Soltswich, followed by Constantine Kokolas.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
You can go ahead.
To the board majority, I wanted to say that it is your behavior that led to the core request to dox teachers. Your demonization of teachers and staff had consequences. You have opened Pandora's box, modeling this behavior to the community and to your political allies. You can't go back now and say you've been had. If you don't want teachers harassed, stop making them your enemy. Your remaining supporters, fewer and fewer each day, are doing this because of you. They are willing to endanger teachers. They apparently put those harassing flyers on teachers' vehicles today. What is your plan to stop that? Or did you ask your supporters to do it? It's pretty unfortunate that we have to wonder that. Somehow you were surprised everyone is more worried about your remaining supporters, how they act, and what they'll do to teachers. That's pretty rich. And the actions against our teachers will now be on your hands. I fail to see how you'll lead a school district when your statements put teachers in danger and you then absolve yourselves of responsibility for getting us here. And I'd like to thank 6 of the directors, Peterson, Williams, Myers, Hanson, Meek, and Ray, for paying attention during this meeting.
Okay, thank you. And we now have Mary Soltswich, Constantine Kokolas, followed by Walter Bennett.
I grew up in Douglas County, and I now have 2 children at Acres Green Elementary. I have a vested interest in ensuring my children receive a quality education as good, if not better, than the one I received. I asked to speak tonight because the selection of a superintendent is incredibly important. I don't understand a desire to rush the process or limit the applicant pool. Rushing the selection gives the impression a candidate was selected prior to the actions taken earlier this month. That said, whomever is selected will need to lead our schools, both sides of our divided district. They will need to be respected by the parents, teachers, students, and the administrators of Douglas County. Limiting the applicant pool or rushing the process sets the next candidate up for failure. It would put the new leader in an untenable position where they couldn't claim they were the best candidate for the job. Additionally, I would be wary of any candidate willing to accept a job under these circumstances. Doing so would demonstrate they lack credibility, integrity, and the necessary leadership skills for a position of this magnitude. Selecting the next superintendent cannot be rushed without ensuring that candidate's future failure, simply because of the means of their ascension to power. Finally, I call on each board member to promise not to select a candidate that contributed to their campaign. Selecting someone after they made any political donation reeks of cronyism and will rightfully so tarnish both their reputation and your own. Can each board member please make that promise now? I put this question to each of you.
Thank you. Next will be Constantine Kokolas, followed by Walter Bennett, followed by Deborah Trujillo. Mr. Kokolas, I see you on, but you are muted.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you now. Go ahead.
Douglas County is one of the wealthiest school districts in Colorado. We should have one of the premier school systems as well. However, over the last 4 years, the community saw grades plummeting and kids getting behind across the board. This went hand in hand with escalating mental health issues. We saw thousands of children and tens of millions of dollars in funding leave this district, which directly led to teachers' salaries rising in every district around here, but not DCSD. And we parents asked why. It became glaringly obvious that the reason our children and teachers were suffering was due to the lack of leadership, financial mismanagement, and political motivations and leanings of the incumbent board and a liked principal, but woefully inexperienced superintendent. You board members were elected to fix a profoundly broken system that will take time to fix. It's only been 2 months and the vast majority of the community has seen you face many challenges head on, and we all support you fully. We would like to see continued emphasis on parental involvement and curriculum, a plan on how we will find a superintendent with a level of big district, big issue, big financial challenges experience required, and a plan that puts DCSD at the top of the list in terms of hiring and retaining the best teachers. I watched the entire 3 board member sneaky and immoral hit job January 31st and the anti-democracy collusive teachers union meeting right after. I'm sickened at union boss quotes on how the walkout would impact our children, including everyone is going to be equally behind. We're creating a hardship and we're trying to gain power back, aren't we? This Randy Weingarten gang now supporting a misinformation campaign in this county is not a group we want in the community. Let's come together to ensure children of this district, including my children, are prepared and can be successful in this world. Thank you.
Next will be Walter Bennett, followed by Deborah Trujillo, followed by, actually Sandra Emerson already went, followed by Jennifer Brandt. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, can you hear us? Okay, we cannot hear Mr. Bennett. Moving to Deborah Trujillo, followed by Jennifer Brandt, followed by Tina De Los Santos.
Deborah Trujillo is not online, sir.
Okay, moving to Jennifer Brandt, Tina De Los Santos, followed by Paula Smith.
Jennifer Brandt is not online, sir.
Tina De Los Santos, Paula Smith, Jenny Brady.
Good evening. First, thank you for taking action as you see fit. We voted you in for a reason, and that was to change the direction of the Titanic of these government schools. Per results, approximately 50% of kids aren't performing at grade level in reading and math. And we can't blame that on COVID because the results were not good before COVID. We ask that, the one thing I do ask is that after reviewing the attachment for tonight's agenda, educational excellence, I feel, needs to be a higher priority and a main focus of the superintendent. We've got to put children's education first. Slow will not help right the wrongs of the past. Methodical, educated execution on changing the district direction is what we need. Slow will not help high school students that can't read or do math at their grade level, nor any other student. The ship has been sinking. Thank you for volunteering your time and taking the hits and the arrows for us to change the direction of this district.
Thank you, Paula Smith, Jenny Brady, followed by Allison Kalinsky.
Hello, can you hear me?
You can go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First, I want to say thank you to Hanson, Meek, and Ray for your service. Before break, a commenter called out activists as supporters, and I want to state that I am a proud activist. I'm an activist for the teachers and my kids. Listeners, don't be gaslighted by the people in support of the majority. All you have to do is watch the 3-hour board meeting where Corey Weiss was fired. That is factual, even though Hollywood was even envious that night. I was going to call it the fact that the majority board is pushing through the replacement of Corey Weiss to be hired in 7 working days. 7 working days to fill a salary north of $247,000, and how that is rash, and how clearly they have already chosen the replacement. But clearly, the majority, you don't care. I mean, I don't even think Becky's volume is turned up. I don't see how the majority board puts kids first. You need to stop it with your bad behavior, stop it with your Fox News media tour, and just stop it with your political agendas. The actions of the majority board continues to show a lack of judgment, discipline, and knowledge of what your actual roles and responsibility are. Your reckless behavior puts this district at unnecessary risk and continues to pull the much needed attention away from areas where you should be serving Douglas County teachers, staff, and the students that they cherish and teach. You don't get to say now the community needs to come together. You want to bring the community together, then you need to stop making bad decisions.
Thank you, Jenny Brady, Allison Kalinsky, followed by Jennifer Barnes. Mr. Blair, do we have Jenny Brady on?
We do, sir.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I just want to tell you guys I am so excited for you guys to be moving forward with a new superintendent. And additionally, I am so thankful that our board and our country, for that matter, is not ruled by feelings or mob mentality. You guys are supported. No matter what you guys are hearing tonight, you are supported. Whether you take 1 day or 1 year to hire a new superintendent, the minority is going to act maliciously. I think this timeline is super appropriate. The minority, prove me wrong. Show me and the community specific, measurable actions that show me you are on their team. Listening to these, listening to these unhappy and miserable people is so sad. Also, they wouldn't know what leadership looks like or requires if it looked at them in the face. Mike Peterson, to you, I am so honored to watch you lead. Sincerely, I have interacted with maybe one true leader in my life and career, and I am so impressed and honored to watch you. Thank you.
Thank you. We will have Allison Kalinsky, Jennifer Barnes, followed by Karen Jefferson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
First, I would like to remind the community of the last board 44-hour screw-up when they discovered their actual pick for superintendent was involved in a DUI. It was at that time the minority three scrambled and called Corey. He was not their first choice. Second, I would like to take this opportunity to discuss the specifics of Cora requests. As many of you know, I Cora request many items for many people. And before some members of the community continue to get their panties in a bunch, no, I did not make that Cora request. The group of people I Cora for is diverse. It includes teachers and special ed parents, to name a few. I Cora for these people for many reasons, not the least of which include the threats and retaliation against them by some teachers and far left-leaning community members. Even certain board members have not been above the fray, as I have been threatened with legal action by a sitting board member who, as a licensed attorney in Kansas, should know better. That same sitting board member who used to shop and ply the rumor mill through texting confidential information to her cronied few during board meetings. I just want to make sure we have the record clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Jennifer Barnes, Karen Jefferson, followed by Tiffany Wilson.
Hi there, I'm Jennifer Barnes. Thank you for this opportunity. I am an Army veteran. I'm a school nurse. I'm a parent of a Douglas County School District student since 2019. And I think that my voice might matter, although it doesn't feel like it recently. Our district has made many great strides in the last several years due to our board of directors and our amazing teachers. We cannot be a successful district without the best teachers. So if we don't make decisions with them in mind, we will not have the best district. We must listen and take actions based on what our teachers need to educate our students. The threats made against teachers today are shameful and a direct consequence of the majority board members, especially you, Director Myers, because you are a former teacher. You should know where they're sitting. What example are you setting? Firing the superintendent without cause sends a message to our students and teachers that regardless of the job that you're doing, you will be fired if the board believes you didn't vote for them. Our teachers and students deserve better going forward. They deserve respect and to be trusted. Please do the right thing and slow down. Pay attention to what you're doing with this next superintendent hire.
Thank you. We'll have Karen Jefferson, Tiffany Wilson, followed by Kiri Halleck.
Being on a board is difficult, but a 1-week deadline seems disingenuous. That's a word we've heard a lot tonight. In times of political difficulty, I would ask that you build consensus with the entire board, not a simple majority. Move forward only when you have 7 votes in favor of a board action. Will anyone backed by FEC United disavow them? Their values have no place in schools. Are you committed to public education where all students have equitable opportunities? I hope so. Do you trust teachers or do you think they are indoctrinating students? You can't have it both ways. Will you commit to transparency and community input in hiring an experienced superintendent and not someone who has already been selected and was deeply involved in your campaign or previously appointed by a reformer board? You campaigned on listening to the community, but that seems not to be the truth. We want safe students and safe schools. We don't want armed teachers. We want kids to have freedom from the thought police. We don't want banned books. Our schools should teach our children to think critically. You don't do it by limiting what they can read or talk about. It's essential for functioning society, whether it's about how many apples you can buy for $10 or the systemic bias in our society. The kids deserve a strong education, not political shenanigans. If a book about LGBT experiences is banned from schools.
Thank you. Next, we will have Tiffany Wilson, Carrie Halleck, followed by Gary Colley.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
We can go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. I am calling in tonight to voice my support with a change in superintendents. We need a strong bipartisan leader who can come into this district and help bridge the gap that is growing daily. Although the timeline is aggressive, I do believe we need to move forward with it. We need a leader who will be able to work with all board members equally and fairly. In order to do that as a board directors, you also have to be willing to work with the new superintendent. Put the past to the side for a better future for our district. If we are going to come together, we need to be able to work together. Taking steps backwards and beating a dead horse accomplishes nothing. Rebuild the trust, and those of you who can't or don't want to, maybe it's time to move on. I am tired of seeing so many willing to light a match and watch this district burn. The outcome of this election was a fair and just one. People spoke and voted for change. I'm tired of the lies and slandering, and I'm tired of the one-sided communication coming from board members about district changes, the clickbait and pot stirring. Directors Ray, Meek, and Hansen, you handled the dismissal of our minority superintendent Tucker behind closed doors without the input of the public. Rules for thee, but not for me. Come together so all of you can be strong leaders that is needed to guide a new superintendent and build back this district. If we can unite, if this board can unite, we would be unstoppable and both our students and teachers would be cared for and successful. If we don't, this county will crumble. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Carrie Halleck and then Gary Colley is the last speaker of the evening. Carrie Halleck.
Can you hear me?
We can go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to comment about the integrity as you go forth searching for this new superintendent. One of the core values in our elementary school was integrity, which was described to my children as doing the right thing when no one's looking. I only hope that you have integrity to not use your phone chain to make decisions about the future superintendent. As I watched the last meeting with you on YouTube with Corey Wise as he was fired, the phrase in my mind was no taxation without representation, which sort of summarized your closed door conversations. The entire board represents the school district. How can we, the people paying for all this, be represented if a portion of the board is excluded? When you collude, you exclude, and there are consequences. Because of your actions, there's going to be lawsuits, recalls, payouts, consultants, and attorney fees that we, the taxpayer, are now going to pay. Rather than focus on the superintendent's positions of guns or masks, which as a society, I don't think will ever be 100% on one side or the other. What I would like you to see, to focus on, as well as the future superintendent, is one thing I think we can all agree to, is that we need to retain quality teachers for our children. I hope you can find a superintendent that is well respected and admired by the teachers so that we are truly putting our kids first. We won't be on the news with high test scores until we have stability in our district and are retaining and acquiring excellent educators. My advice to you on this decision.
Thank you. The last speaker this evening will be Gary Colley.
Gary Colley is not online, sir.
Gary Colley's not online. Unless there's an exception or objection by directors, a 10-minute break may be in order and we can pick up the rest of the agenda. Seeing no objections, it is time 8:40. We will start again at time 8:50. Thank you. And Mr. Blair, we'll just wait for Directors Ray and Hanson to bring up their monitors, and then we should be good to go.
Sounds good, sir. Chris, can you take down the standby graphic, please? Thank you.
Okay, proceeding on with item number 5, superintendent hiring process and timeline. And before we begin with any motions or other discussion, I'd like to let the directors and board members know that we have Kristen Egger from the law firm of Kaplan and Ernest online and available for any questions. And Ms. Egger wanted to make a brief statement to all the board members before we start any motions, discussion, or votes. Ms. Egger.
Thank you, Board President Peterson, and members of the board. Thank you for letting me participate virtually this evening. For the listening public, I'm an attorney. I'm with the law firm of Kaplan and Ernest. We're outside counsel to the district and the board. I wanted to take an opportunity to highlight a legislative change for the board that happened last year that will impact the board's superintendent search this time around. As the board likely knows, the board is able to meet in executive session to consider applicants and candidates for the superintendent position, as long as they have not been designated as finalists by the board. Historically, finalists was defined in part by the number of applicants and candidates. If you had 3 or fewer, they were automatically deemed finalists under the law, and any discussion about them had to occur in public session. Following litigation arising out of the selection of the CU board president or CU president a few years ago, there was a change to the law by the legislature. And now finalist as a term is not tied to the number of applicants or candidates. It simply means whomever the board has designated publicly as a finalist, whether that's 1 or more applicants or candidates. So I wanted to highlight that change for you, make sure you're aware of it. And I'm happy to answer questions about that because I know that that's new information for you tonight.
And for all the board members, as we go forward with these last items, if you'll please raise your hand so you can be recognized for the floor so we don't have directors talking over each other. And I just wanted you to be aware that Kristen Egger will be available during this entire discussion of the first subject in case there are any broad questions around legal requirements. With that, we'll move on. And this is the item number 5, superintendent hiring process and timeline. And the recommendation is the Board of Education approve a timeline for superintendent identification as presented. We have Director Williams, you have your hand up, you have the floor.
So moved.
Understand there's a motion by Williams to adopt a timeline for superintendent identification as listed in the attachments, if that is correct. Is there a second? We have a hand up by Weiniger. Go ahead, Director Weiniger.
Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to adopt the timeline as presented. We can have discussion or other motions. We have Director Ray. Go ahead, Director Ray.
Yes, a few questions I have, and I guess we're changing our practice that we're not asking questions first before a motion's made, but which is fine. But my first question is, there's multiple pathways for how we determine to select a superintendent. You know, we can go with an interim superintendent. We can go with the current succession plan configuration. We can go with a national search. We can go with a local search. We can rescind a termination of our previous superintendent. So my first question is, where did we decide the pathway going forward? Because I don't recall us having that conversation that the pathway we were going to choose would be to immediately move forward with a permanent superintendent. So just would like to have that question answered first.
Director Meek, you have your hand up. Are you trying to answer that question or? Okay, indicating
No,
no.
I'm waiting for my turn. That's all.
Okay, thank you. I'll take a first stab at it then. I think this is the beginning of that discussion, that discussion needs to be in public, thus there's a proposal.
So I could just clarify, President Peterson, so you're saying that we should be discussing the pathway first, or are we assuming that the pathway's already been decided, that we are seeking a permanent superintendent immediately?
I think that's up for discussion, although there is a motion on the table. Director Meek, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Sure. Maybe I'll stick with the question that Director Ray is asking right now. Just to be clear, this is the very first time we're talking about the process. And so now that there's a motion on the table, we're debating the process that's in front of us right now, or is it helpful to take a step back and actually talk about the various options and if this is the process that we want to move forward? I'm just trying to get clarity on that.
Sure, I'd like to hear from other directors on what their opinions are. Obviously, since I attached the process, I have an opinion, but I'd like to hear from other directors as well. And again, just please raise your hand. Director Williams, you have the floor.
So just to be transparent, I did not see anything that was sent until President Peterson sent it out yesterday. So, but I did have the chance to look at it. And I guess where I am sitting and why I think it's important to move forward and to do it quickly is because we, especially with recent events of, the Cora requests and the notes on cars and stuff. I mean, we really need to get stability back. And I am concerned that if we are leaving the superintendency vacant without a long-term solution, that this sort of division is going to continue. So that is why I support a shorter timeline.
Director Meek, you have the floor.
Sure. So I was really hoping we would actually just start with a conversation among ourselves around various options. And I think I am really wanting to talk about what is the vision that required a new direction before jumping into hiring a superintendent to lead the district in that direction. So, it's really hard for me to start talking about the process when I feel like we have this giant question in front of us where we've had board directors specify why we needed to let the prior superintendent go because we needed to go in a new direction. And I have all these people asking me, what is the new direction? We canceled a board retreat that was dedicated to talking about the new direction. So I feel like before we can talk about who we're hiring and who is the best fit, we need to talk about that. I think it was Director Weinegar that was on a talk show that said the 4 new board members came to consensus because they didn't see the former superintendent carrying out the vision and that we need a superintendent with a backbone to carry out our vision. So could we spend a little bit of time talking about what that vision is? Because for me, I can't say how I think we should go about finding the right person without having clarity on the vision that requires a backbone of superintendent to carry that forward.
Thank you, Director Meek. Again, we don't want to go off subject too much into large things. This is really about a timeline, the legal process, what is required. But with that said, Director Weinegar, you had your hand up. You have the floor.
Okay, now I'm on mute. I just want to reiterate with Christy why I like this timeline. I think it's good to get someone in there so we can provide stability and so we have a leader for people to look at because a lot of people are kind of saying that. They're like, you took away our leader. I'm like, well, let's bring someone in then who can show you that can bring this district together and bring us forward and get us an MLO and bond for our great teachers, because that's really, really what we want. And yeah, and just really that stability is why I like this timeline. So that's why I seconded the motion when Christy put it up.
Okay, Director Ray, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Yeah, I just wanted to capture what Director Meek was saying, because I do believe that is part of the process. The 4 years ago, this board worked for a good part of the year of really defining our end statements and our board goals and our direction before we hired a permanent superintendent. And that was so critical of the process, because it really was us making sure that we weren't setting up a superintendent for failure, that superintendent came to us with clear understanding of what the direction was. And certainly as a policy governance board, that's what we evaluate the superintendent's performance on. So I'm in the same camp as Director Meek and feeling like that's such a significant missing link. And for us just to say, okay, we're just going to put somebody else in the position, but there's not clarity of what that leader is supposed to accomplish. We are again just repeating history, I guess, because obviously the four of you felt like that Superintendent Wise wasn't fulfilling whatever direction you felt he should fulfill or lead with. So I think that's an important part of the process. So I know, Director Peterson, you think it's off topic. I think it's really a critical piece that's going to be an obstacle unless we can really come to some understanding about what that is. Do we support the end goals that this board has had for the past few years, or do we need to change those? Do we need to modify those? I think that before we can bring a leader in, we got to have that discussion. So that's why I'm certainly not in favor of ramming forward with this process when that significant missing link is so much of an obstacle in my mind of finding the best leader for moving us forward.
Yeah, understood, Director Ray. Again, I don't think there's a discussion here around the ends. We have some pretty well stated ends. They have not changed. They're pretty clear: academic excellence, outstanding educators, safe, positive climate, and so on. I don't think this is a debate about the ends. This is really talk about timeline and legal requirements that we must do. And I see Director Myers has had her hand up and she has not spoken yet. Director Myers, you have the floor.
Yes, and I'm sorry, I keep looking at this timeline. And I do support the timeline. I think because we do have so much uncertainty right now in our community, and it's really hard. I know it's hard for the teachers. I know it's hard for staff, students, because we have had so much going on that I looked at the timeline and I know it looks like we could possibly be posting even tomorrow. We need maybe someone. I think that we have enough qualified people in internal or the nearby areas. I'm opposed to I'm not opposed to a national search if we don't see that we can find anyone that comes up immediately. I think very well aware, since we've been in the news, that, and people are gonna be aware, and maybe we'll get a flood of applicants. But I also supportive. Let's get some stability back. Let's get moving forward and getting someone in that hopefully the seven of us can work with and does look forward to bringing some unity to our district.
Thank you, Director Myers. Director Meek, you have your hand up.
Sure. Well, I have several questions. I have a couple of legal related questions that I'd like to ask. On the timeline that we're looking at right now, Ms. Edgar, are there any edits or changes that should be made to this timeline? I guess I'm looking at February 22nd, discuss applications in open session if down to 3 or less. and determine candidates to interview. Does that change given what you just gave us as an update?
Yes. So on the point at which the board needs to have discussions in open session is not dictated by the number of applications based on that change to the legislation or change to the law last year. Rather, it's dictated by when the board identifies finalists. So that should be modified, and I think that's appropriate. And then in looking at the timeline, I think, there's the law does not dictate a process for selecting. And the only timeline that is dictated by the law is that the board may not appoint someone to the position until 14 days have passed from the time of announcing a finalist. And so what I'm looking at is, as long as I can't tell from this timeline if that's accounted for in here.
The 14 days?
Yeah. So once the board,
because it's like a week, it's a week long timeline here. So I don't think there's a 14-day period that's reflected in this. So
So my recommendation would be to comply with the open meetings law, and you might want to leave it flexible and maybe just put a placeholder that says, we'll aim to announce finalists at a particular date, and then the board will take action no earlier than 14 days after that time frame to appoint someone to the position.
Thank you. That's helpful. And can I ask a second legal question then?
Yeah, if I may, I can just clarify, because again, I drafted the timeline that we're looking at. So it did say under the February 22nd, discuss applications in open session if down to 3 or less. That was based on the previous legal advice, which we had updated tonight. That's not to say that we would or had to go into, or we will go into any type of executive session. We could discuss any number of potential applications, applicants, candidates at that point in an open session. As everyone knows here, it would take a 2/3 vote of the board to move into an executive session to even have a paper screen or any discussion of applicants in an executive session. I would just say that we would obviously strike, although it doesn't affect the ability to discuss candidates on the 22nd. If you look at the timeline, it does say a special meeting on the 24th for interviews. And that's really as far as the timeline goes. If you'll notice after that, there are some activities post-interviews that I believe should absolutely be conducted with the public: staff forums, parent forums, community forum, a student forum, an ability for the public in all those categories to submit questions, have a post-feedback form that they conduct after each forum, plus the public comment that's available through regular meetings in that time, plus email. I just want to call your attention to the very bottom bullet there that says remaining timeline to be determined based on number of finalists. Any timeline must adhere to the requirements of CRS 246402 3.5. And that is exactly what Ms. Egger just referenced, meaning that if at any time finalists or finalists are named as such, where we would come out of an interview and say, we want to vote on finalists and name 1 or 2 or any number of finalists, at that point, we cannot, by law, and I can have Ms. Egger confirm this here in a second, name or offer, or actually, if once a finalist or finalists are named, there cannot be an offer made by Colorado law for a minimum of 2 weeks. You can have 3 weeks, you can have 4 weeks, but you must have 2 weeks in between that time. So there have been various references to this being a 1-week timeline. I would agree if the answer is it's a little over a week to potentially name a finalist, but we definitely incur legally at least another 2 weeks on top of that to engage public. Ms. Egger, do you have any comments on that before we go back to Director Meek for her next question?
No, and so for maybe the listening public, and to clarify then, under Thursday, February 24th, when it says vote on finalists action, Director Peterson, I think for the listening public, what I heard is that that is the time at which the board will announce finalists for consideration to be appointed to the position, which would happen 14 days later. So that is not an action to actually appoint someone to the position.
That is correct. And there's a difference between, again, just for clarity for everyone on this call, including our directors, there is a very clear difference between naming a finalist or finalist and making an offer to be the superintendent. That is that 14-day required period, subject to negotiations, everything. And the board must vote both on finalists and make a second vote after the 2-week period to make an offer or not make an offer, depending on what the board feels. And back to Director Meek, unless you have any other comments, Ms. Egger.
No.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Director Meek, you have the floor.
And I'll just ask my only other legal question at this point, and then I do have others, but I will allow other people to ask questions, obviously. So I've received a question asking whether the timeline complies with the new Equal Pay for Equal Work Act regarding reasonable efforts to notify employees of a promotional opportunity. The concern being that the board has very little time to review candidate submissions, and it doesn't really allow for a thorough review. And so I know this is a rather new law, and I'm wondering, are we at all concerned with this compressed timeline given this requirement?
The Equal Pay Act, among many other things, provides that if there's a promotional opportunity in an organization, the employer must post that opportunity for all internal employees, must do so in a way that everyone internally has equal access to that posting at the same time. So all on the same date, that kind of thing. The Equal Pay Act doesn't specify timelines or time periods for posting, and there hasn't been litigation because it's a relatively new law to flesh out that issue. And so this complies just in terms of, as long as we're making sure that everyone internally gets access to the posting and, you know, is able to apply on the same terms for that promotional opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Director Ray. You have your hand up. You have the floor.
Yeah, I'm going to ask some legal questions too, and I would encourage all of us to do that so we can let loose Ms. Edgar, so she doesn't have to be here all night with us. But Ms. Edgar, you heard some of the public commenters tonight talk about the assumption that there's already someone in mind for this position, and I'm wondering if you could speak to EEOC and just some guidelines for us, given that there's some accusations out there that the person has already been decided. Could you talk a little bit about that in terms of our process that we need to make sure is present so that we aren't running up against EEOC?
Sure, I'm happy to speak in generalities about best practices when selecting an employee. And the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission is the agency that is charged with enforcing various civil rights laws related to employment discrimination. And so what's important for employers when they're hiring for any kind of position is that they make sure that during the process, which is a hiring decision and therefore is a personnel action, that they are ensuring that that process is compliant with their equal employment opportunity policies, that there's not discrimination in that process based on a candidate's membership in a particular protected class. And so as part of that, it's being clear on job description, making sure that we're posting that, giving equal access to people with disabilities and things like that to be able to apply. And that in particular, when you're selecting your interview questions, that those are aligned around the job duties and responsibilities, and that you're ensuring there's some consistency in these questions so that you're giving an equal process to the applicants and candidates. So from a high level, that's what I would say about just equal employment opportunity compliance.
Other directors' questions? Director Ray, I see your hand physically going up and down. I just like to, I know we've had a lot of comment by a few. I'd like to open it up. I don't think we've heard a single thing from Director Hansen, if she would like an opportunity, or any other directors, before I go back to directors that have already spoken. Okay, seeing none. Seeing none, I have Director Ray with your hand up. You have the floor. Go ahead.
Thanks. And just staying with the legal questions, Ms. Edgar, we also heard tonight concern that if a board director, if a candidate for the superintendent position contributed to a board director's campaign or was directly involved with the board director's campaign, and of course they were now successfully elected, can you speak to conflict of interest? Is there anything, would a board director, would it be recommended that they would recuse themselves from consideration of that applicant if they've benefited from that applicant's contribution to their campaign? Just curious, from again a higher level scenario, what would be your counsel regarding that?
Sure. Well, again, we're having this conversation in open session, and ultimately the board is the entity that holds the privilege in the conversations with me. When I have these discussions, I like to make sure that I keep this high level so that I'm not waiving any attorney-client privilege. So what I feel comfortable, I think, saying in open session is that the district, through its policies that align with state law around conflict of interest and ethical obligations for local public officers like board directors, has a conflict of interest policy. It's the responsibility of each individual board member to be aware of that policy, to be familiar with its terms. And in assessing whether an individual board member feels like they can participate in an action before the board, you should look at that. And if you believe you have a conflict of interest, the appropriate protocol is essentially to raise that at the dais, explain that you believe you have a conflict and that you need to recuse yourself. And then the rest of the board gets to vote on whether they will do that. So certainly, for the listening public, those conflict of interest policies are publicly available at the district site. Some of them speak to voting on something around personal financial gain. And so I certainly encourage board members to always be aware of those policies and to make sure when they are voting on matters that they're aware whether or not they have a conflict of interest.
Okay, other directors, I see Director Ray with his hand again, but I'll step in there and just make a few comments around the timeline. And one of my comments is that, when we look at previous timelines and we look at what other districts have done, there are some shorter timelines. If you just take a look at the history of Cherry Creek right next door, there's not extensive searches. There's basically a sole candidate named, and they kind of flow through superintendents through a very quick process. When we look just internally to our district here in the history, we look back to the Tucker resignation. We see that occurred on September 8th of 2020. And 11 days later, we had a completion of interviews, finalist, and a sole finalist name within 11 days. And that finalist was Mr. Damon Brown. Before he could even be offered a contract, within less than 48 hours, he withdrew as the sole finalist before there could be the 14-day period that Ms. Edgar spoke of. And then just 5 days later, Superintendent Wise was named as the new sole finalist for that period. So only 5 days after that. So that was a very similar track process when you look at the time between a resignation, interviews, finalists identified, sole finalist identified, a second sole finalist identified 5 days later, and then a move to exactly 14 days after that announcement, a vote to offer. So this is not unprecedented. And frankly, anyone that's been watching this district for the last few weeks, and it seems to me like the entire of Douglas County has been watching this district for the last 2 weeks. I think anyone that would consider being an applicant knows that these positions are open. And frankly, I don't know if we're going to get 1, 3, 5, 8 applicants But I expect anyone that would be considered qualified should be able to meet a timeline for us to consider their applications. I see Director Meek and Director Ray have their hands up. Again, I'd like to offer it to any other directors that have spoke less than them or myself, because I do not want to dominate this conversation either. Director Williams, you've only spoken once. You have the floor. Then I will go back to Directors Meek, then Director Ray. Go ahead, Director Williams.
I actually just want to say that I want to respect Ms. Edgar's time. So I do think that we should just finish up any legal questions that anybody has. I personally don't have any more, but I just want to respect her time. So if we can do that, so we can get back to what we need to talk about.
I'll honor that request. So if any directors have any other questions for Ms. Egger, she can stay on, but if there's any more questions about legal requirements, timelines around general legalities, or any other legal questions about the process, interviews, questions, I do want to note that one of the things, two other agenda items that we have on tonight are, in fact, the job description, so we can agree as a board of 7 on what those criteria we are looking for in a superintendent. And then the final study action item is interview questions, which again recommended by Ms. Egger that we have a standard set that we agree to. So any applicants that come forward would all be aware of the questions. And we as a board of 7 have agreed that those questions and that position description are an accurate reflection of what we would expect as a board. So if there are also any questions around those two items, this is around timeline, but if you have any legal questions around the process, timeline and identification, please ask those now. Okay, I see Director, I'll go to Director Meek. I believe she has spoken less, so I will go to her first with the floor, then I will come back to you, Director Ray. Director Meek, go ahead.
And thank you, Ms. Edgar. My questions are not legal, but just to clarify, President Peterson, the district does not have any kind of history where it hasn't gone through a thorough process that has included the public. The 11-day one that you mentioned was for an interim superintendent to step in and lead the district until the superintendent process was put in place. So I see the interim superintendency is very different than the permanent superintendent. And I think my biggest question is, why is this timeline so compressed that it prevents true, authentic public engagement in the hiring? I posted a question on my Facebook just asking for feedback on the timeline. Over 220 some comments have come in. All but I think 2 were asking or expressing concern over how compressed the timeline is. So I guess I'm just very curious why it needs to be so compressed that we are not allowing our students to have a voice, our parents, our community members, our business owners. I just don't understand why we would exclude public input on this extremely important decision that we need to make.
Okay, since that was directed to me again, I'll try to take it. I don't see the exclusion. We get to talk about candidates as a board. We get to vote and decide on interviews. And again, as Ms. Egger mentioned, there is an absolute safeguard in this process through CRS. And there is an intent, even per this timeline, it does say opportunities for community feedback, staff forum, parent community forum, student forum, question submit processes, feedback forms. So I consider those all vital portions of getting public comment, public input, and opinions from a variety of our community members before any offer could even be made to a superintendent. And again, there's a required period in there. Sorry, go ahead.
Just to kind of, because I do want to make sure I'm being clear. So in the past, we would take an opportunity to get feedback from all of our district committees. We would get feedback from other parent committees in the development of what we're looking for in the next superintendent. So before bringing forward candidates, and for people to be participating in interviews. It was actually the development of the job description that would get posted and what we're looking for as a district. And I would say, I know you posted information from prior surveys, but as I've said, we're in a really different environment today than we were at prior times. So I think the community needs to be involved. Like, we need to hear from our community what is important to them in order to develop the job description for who we're looking for. So that's the level of engagement that I think is really, truly missing from this, given the compressed timeline.
Okay, and thank you for referencing the survey results. The survey results were, I have them here. Excuse me. We had a massive number of over, well north of 1,800 survey results come in less than a year ago that we paid for a consultant to have. And also questions that we'll be looking at last night were also derived from the 4 forums that were done less than a year ago. So thank you for referencing those. Director Myers, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Well, I actually think Director Ray was before me. Or do you want me to go ahead? Okay.
No, I'm sorry. Please, you had the floor. I'm trying to balance everyone's opportunity to
Okay.
talk. Go ahead.
While I agree with Susan that we are in this different whole environment atmosphere right now, different times, I think our focus is still the same. To get stability, I believe that's what we all want. Get education back on the table. Get our teachers considered for the compensation, and just try to get some unity together. So I look at this timeline, and I just really agree with, let's get things going. And even though in this environment that we're in, we've still got this focus of our district and the kids and the teachers. So let's try to get something stable for them.
Thank you, Director Myers. Director Ray, you have the floor.
I just want to ask my last legal question, I believe, so Ms. Edgar can truly not have to be here with us for the rest of the meeting, if that's okay. But Ms. Edgar, could you also talk about the candidates that are not yet identified as finalists, kind of the legal protection around their screening interviews, if you will, and or information that they submit to us?
Sure, absolutely. Sorry, making sure my mute is not on. Under the Colorado Open Records Act, which has a generally broad policy that the records of public entities are open for public inspection, there are some mandatory non-disclosure provisions that are exceptions to the public records rule. And included in that is that records of applications of candidates who are not finalists for a executive position, like a superintendent position, may not be disclosed under the Colorado Open Records Act. They are not public records. So until the board identifies finalists, and let's say the board identifies a few finalists and there were a number of other candidates who weren't identified as finalists, anyone who is not a finalist, their record is not subject to inspection under the Open Records Act. So that's part one. Regardless of that, there are also certain records that are not subject to disclosure. For example, letters of reference. So even if you have finalists for the position, letters of reference for them are not subject to public inspection, even though other parts of their application may be.
So to follow up on that, if we post the job and it is required to have resumes and other documents uploaded, those are uploaded. Directors can review those and look at them, but we cannot post them. While we may have discussions about those candidates to interview in public, we cannot actually post those records at all until we have a named finalist, or if we say we have a selection of people that we want to interview and we are now considering them as finalists, can their resumes, things so the public can see what they've done, can those records be posted at the time of interviews when you're considering them to become finalists? So I guess what I'm asking is, what is the legal difference between someone that we have decided to interview and then someone that is a named finalist? If we get to the point where we want to offer interviews, we could name them as finalists prior to the interviews, and then during the interviews, because they are now a named finalist, we can make their resumes or whatever other records minus references available to the public, if you understand the question.
Yeah, and I think I would step it back when, in essence, if and when the board identifies finalists for the position, those finalists' application are subject to inspection under the Open Records Act. They are public records. Any applications of candidates and applicants that are not identified as finalists, or before any finalists are identified, those are confidential and cannot be disclosed under the Open Records Act. And so a hypothetical might be helpful for you and for the listening public. Let's say you conduct, you post the position and you get 10 applications, and you get a request from the public to see all of those applications under the Open Records Act. Maybe it's when you're doing a paper screen, maybe when it's when you're interviewing a subset of those initial applications. As long as you haven't identified any of them as finalists, you cannot produce the records in response to that request. They are not public. Let's say you eventually, as a board, identify 2 of those applicants or candidates as finalists, and you take action at a properly noticed public meeting to identify those 2 finalists. At that time, their applications are subject to inspection under the Open Records Act. And so if someone made a Cora request for those, you would have to turn those over with these limited exceptions like letters of reference.
So just to be clear, we had a properly scheduled special meeting to interview, in your hypothetical, we started with 10, we look at those applications, we vote in a meeting to say we are going to give interviews to 2. These 2 people will be our finalists. We notice a special meeting. They're on there to be voted on as finalists, or to be interviewed and then potentially voted on as finalists. In the notification for that meeting, we could attach resumes and other documents as attachments because these are now finalists to be interviewed. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, as long as, I think what I'm getting confused at is the board will have to take action at some point to identify the finalists.
Correct.
That's the triggering point. Everything after that point for those candidates related to their applications would be a public record. And
Okay.
any meeting, any interview that occurs with the board after that point in time would need to happen in public session.
Understood. Thank you. Any other director questions before going back to Director Ray? Director Williams, you have your hand up.
So from going from 10 to 2, let's just keep using the same numbers. Do we have an executive session to get down so that we're not talking about the other 8 in public if those records aren't public, or is that done in public as well?
Because applications of candidates who have not been formally identified as finalists are subject to the mandatory non-disclosure provisions of the Open Records Act. Review of those applications and discussion of those individuals may happen in executive session. There is a basis to convene an executive session to consider records that are subject to the mandatory non-disclosure provisions of Cora.
But that is not required because we may not get votes to go in executive session, just to be absolutely clear. We could discuss those candidates in public, but we could not reveal their records. I'm sorry, that's a question for Ms. Egger.
Yes. And what I would say is, from a very high level perspective, and this is more as part of interviewing candidates, you know, as a courtesy and typically to give people comfort in applying, it's advisable that if candidates' names are going to be made public, that there ideally has been a conversation with them to make sure that they are comfortable with that.
Thank you. Director Ray, you've had your hand up for a while. You have the floor.
Just wanted to clarify, because I think there may be a little bit of confusion, Director Peterson, in what you were assuming is that we can conduct candidate interviews that are not yet named as finalists. We can still conduct those in executive session. We don't have to vote in order to interview them. So I just want to be clear that that in addition to their records being secured, we can also have a screening conversation with a candidate without, we can do that in executive session as well. And I'm looking at Kristen Edgar just to acknowledge that that's accurate.
That's correct, because it includes considering their application, which is confidential. So those interviews for individuals as part of, you know, reviewing their application and considering for them for the position prior to them being identified as finalists, those can happen in executive session.
Okay, Director Meek, you have the floor. You have your hand up.
Thank you. And this may be another legal question that just came to mind. I think we are talking about only looking at internal candidates. Am I understanding the proposed process here? And if we are only considering internal candidates, is that allowed to exclude external candidates if we do have individuals come forward? So one is a question for our entire board. Are we only considering internal candidates? And two is that legal to do?
Can we actually have Ms. Egger answer the second question first, and then we can go to the director's opinions? Thank you.
Sure. And again, I'm going to go kind of high level. So there are kind of two laws when we talk about posting. One, you've already identified, Director Meek, which is the Equal Pay Act. And that requires that if you're going to post a promotional if you're going to have a promotional opportunity that's a vacancy, that you must at a minimum post that to your current employees. The Open Meetings Law, the Open Records Act, and school laws do not dictate beyond requiring certain portions of the process if they occur to be done in a public meeting. They don't dictate how you identify candidates, how you conduct your search, who you consider. So the other law that we look to are the equal employment laws and your policies around that. And so as long as your criteria are not discriminatory and based on someone being a member in a protected class or something like that, then I'm not aware of anything that would prevent a search being limited to internal candidates from a legal perspective.
Okay, if any other directors would like to comment on Director Meek's question 4, which I believe was for the other directors, are we only looking for internal candidates? Director Weininger, you have the floor.
My impression was this was not posted only to internal. I thought it was posted internal and external, but because I'd prefer that.
Yeah, and just to be clear, internal, external, I want to define some terms. Internal, in my mind, means to all employees or all staff in the district, and that would include our public neighborhood schools, our public charter schools. That would include license, that would include any member, basically any member of staff or employee, as long as they're associated with the district. So I want to be clear not to confuse public neighborhood schools and public charter schools as somehow not being an internal posting. External in my mind would be if we posted on, say, CASE, CASB, want to people that are not necessarily staff associated with DCSD and want it to anyone else. So I don't know if that helps you reframe your question or understand it, but I want to just delineate that internal in my mind was DCSD staff.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're clear that the job opportunity is open not just to Douglas County School District neighborhood charter community. It's open to anyone that wants to apply.
Yeah, and I'll go first, then I'll go to directors Weininger and Director Ray. My intent was to start an internal search, see what candidates we got internally, again, by the definition I just gave. And then if we did not feel we had suitable one or more candidates in that pool, we could always come back and widen the search. But my intent was to start with an internal search, giving what's going on in the district. Director Weininger, you have the floor, followed by Director Ray, then Director Williams. Director Weininger.
If it's possible, if it's, I wasn't clear, but to have it posted where anyone can apply, it doesn't just have to be internally to DCSD is what I would prefer. I guess we didn't put on the timeline where it would be posted, but that's just my preference.
Yeah, I'm sorry. On the timeline, it said post under Thursday the 17th. It said post superintendent job description salary internally, and there was parentheses Workday. I realized that not all schools in the district use Workday, so there would have to be an internal posting on Workday and sent directly to other systems, that other schools that do not use Workday. That was my intent, but I understand your comments, Director Weininger. Director Williams, then Director Ray, I think I said.
So I just looking at the community input that we got back from the Frederick Andrews. Some of the things that were important to our community was hiring someone who understands the community and someone who understands the culture and the current climate and the direction the district is moving to. And so I still think that those are important. And so for me, and I'm not opposed to, looking outside of Douglas County, but for me personally, I would want somebody who understands Douglas County and who understands our community.
Director Ray.
So this may be a question for General Counsel Clemish and or Amanda Thompson. I don't know if I do see that she's still on. I don't believe you can post, you either post internally or externally. I don't think you can say we're posting internally plus anyone that's associated with Douglas County. Charter school employees are not Douglas County School District employees. They're chartered, they're contracted differently, so they don't fall under that umbrella of being a Douglas County School District employee. So I want us to be careful, because I don't think that there's latitude, and I see Amanda popped in there. I think it's either internal, which is district employees, or it needs to be external, which is kind of what Director Williams and Director Weininger are suggesting, that maybe it can be more broad. But I agree with Director Williams, you want someone that is intimately understanding of what Douglas County is all about as well. But I don't know if it'd be okay to have Chief Human Resource Officer Amanda Thompson clarify that.
I think it would be appropriate, because I'm sure she can talk to the mechanics of posting. I referenced Ms. Eger's earlier comments that we could post it to DCSD personnel. And by that, and I get your distinction, Director Ray, my intent was anyone that is employed, not just employed, anyone that is staff in either a district operated or authorized school. So again, any public or charter staff. But go ahead, Ms. Thompson.
Good evening, everyone. From a process standpoint, so we can definitely utilize Workday if that were to be the goal, to post for internal, i.e. the non-charter schools. That's an internal posting. If we did the external to allow all schools, including our charter schools, to apply, then there would have to be an external posting as well. I believe if any further notes needed to be made in directing which applicants from an external sense were welcome to apply versus others that were not, per direction of the board, human resources could work to clarify that information. But from a systemic workday standpoint, internal only would allow it only within and not charter. So therefore we would have to post it if we utilize workday in both capacities.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Director Myers, you have the floor.
Well, just a question, Amanda. When it's posted, isn't it going to be on the district website for all to see, which they would see, charter schools would see, so that they would know that they could not apply?
Thank you for that question. From a workday standpoint, for example, in our, I'm just going to give you an example from our upcoming hiring season for 22-23 school year for teachers. We first post internally for the internal system, and then we release externally, and that allows our charter schools and applicants and anyone else out there locally or nationwide. External is external for all to see. There would have to be specific directions on the posting to give directions as to what the goal was for which applicant.
And I do remember that. So just a quick question then, if we post internally, when we do that in the teacher round, I forget, how long is that particular posting before it is external?
We do that within this, I'm just speaking specifically to the pattern of annual postings when we talk about licensed staff. That occurs the week before that we post externally. We wouldn't have to follow that same pattern. We have the flexibility in any job posting to put an opening date and an end date.
Oh, okay. Do you ever post internally and externally?
Yes, whoever the hiring manager is would let HR know what their desire is in posting positions, and any other websites or entities in which they would like us to post on for them for applicant purposes.
Okay, thank you.
Director Myers, did you have a follow-up? Okay, you put your hand down. Director Ray, you have the floor.
So Ms. Thompson, and I see Ms. General Counsel Clemish on there. I kind of heard that if you post externally, you can also put notes on in terms of the kind of candidate we're looking for. But I think it would probably be questionable for us to say, we're doing an external posting, but the only external people we'll consider are from charter schools. I mean, wouldn't that be somewhat concerning to post in that manner?
I would have to defer to our legal counsel on that piece in terms of the legalities of it. But if we were to post it externally without any direction, we would expect to have multiple candidates external from multiple entities. So we would need to add notes if that were to be, and I believe we've had some light legal conversation, that would have to be okay under the law. So Ms. Clemish, is there any further information that you're able to share?
I don't have anything further to add. I would certainly ditto the comments that Ms. Edgar made with respect to the legal restrictions with respect to posting, which she is on a very general level in this particular meeting discussed with respect to the requirements for compliance with our EEO policies and procedures, our non-discrimination obligations, and of course the Equal Pay Act obligations.
Yeah, Miss Edgar, Chris, you're still here. Did you have any other follow-up? I thought you answered this earlier, but did you have any other things to add?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Director Williams, you have the floor. And again, if legal questions are exhausted, I'd like to move back to the question at hand. We do have a motion around the timeline, and I'd like to get back to discussing the motion. Director Williams, did you lower your hand? I thought you
No,
had.
oh no, I was just because you called on me, I took my hand down.
You have the floor.
No, I was just gonna say I am not opposed at all to doing both internal and external. I think that we should.
Okay, and to be clear, are you talking about internal, external with restrictions limited to public and neighborhood? I'm sorry, public neighborhood and public charter schools? Or are you looking for a internal and external that is much wider than that group? I just want to be clear, since there seems to be some confusion around this.
I mean, I don't see why we should limit it, to be quite honest, but you know, I think we need to take into consideration, obviously, what we got from the community as far as what their desires are. And so when looking at applications, we can then discuss, like, you know, if it falls into the knowing the community and that sort of thing. But I don't think that we need to limit external candidates.
Yeah, and frankly, I think if we move to the next two topics and we talk about, I think the more, quote, limiting factor, not that it's looked to squash down, I think the more defining factor is actually in the position description. What do you want? What does you know, each individual director want? What does the board want as a whole? I think that's more the, quote, limiting or filtering factor to get the right people in. So appreciate the discussion. Director Meek, you have the floor.
Yeah, so I feel really strongly that it is open as broadly as possible. I agree that the surveys, we're always looking for individuals that totally understand our community and what we're hoping to achieve and challenges, but I think it's extremely important that it is open to anyone and everyone. I just feel like we're disregarding how the district has always operated in looking for a superintendent, with having a very open, very transparent, public, thorough process that includes the public involvement and the public's voice. So something I've heard over and over is that there's already a candidate selected. So I think it would be really, really helpful to have the other board members indicate whether you have a candidate that you've been talking to that you feel like is the right candidate. And if they're truly, if this really isn't a process where we're going to openly consider everyone coming in, I think we owe it to the public just to speak to them directly, whether you already have your mind made up with a candidate.
Director Myers, you have the hand up. You have the floor.
Well, then if it's okay, just a quick question then. If we do move with, if we're looking at this district superintendent identification, I'm sorry, I'm reading from the paper. I think Director Ray and I are paper people. And so where it says Thursday, February the 17th, and we have the post superintendent job description / salary internally, then we'll have to change that to also externally. And then maybe answer Susan's question. I'm not aware of a candidate that we have been thinking about. So I'm not, so I can answer that honestly.
Thank you. I'd love to hear from everyone. Thank you.
And I don't know if you want me to weigh in on this point, and this is more of a Robert's Rules parliamentary procedure, which I should clarify, I'm not a parliamentarian, I'm bad at it. And I would just say, for clarity for the board, for clarity for the minutes, and clarity for the listening public, right now the motion is to adopt this process as presented. And I've heard conversation on two things. One, making a revision to this, obviously to reflect the legislative change that I advised the board on from last year around not tying the finalist designation to 3 or fewer. So I think that's one change I heard that clarifies it, aligns it with the law, and makes sure to give the board maximum flexibility. And then a clarification in the posting, I think, is good, so that it's clear whatever the board ultimately does, that those changes have made it into the document. And ultimately, as long as the board is clear with that, the minutes reflect that, and everyone's on the same page, I'm good with that. But I think those are important things to have reflected in the final document that the board adopts. And that's less a legal issue and more of a protocol issue.
Yeah, I agree. Just be aware, I'm taking notes of all these, and I noted the two, removing any reference to 3 or less, just keep it wide open. We may go into executive session, we may not. That's the board's discretion at the meeting. And the other one that I'm hearing so far, but we will have to offer a formal amendment, would be to post the superintendent job and description and salary internally and externally. So those are the two that I have noted so far, but agree. I believe there was a question from Director Meek that she wanted to put to the other directors. And if you want to restate that question just concisely, Director Meek, so the other directors may address it.
Sure. I mean, I think we heard it a lot through public comment. I've been hearing it a lot that given how compressed the timeline is, and given you're looking for your CEO, you're one executive individual to lead this organization, given that it is such a short timeline, there must already be a candidate identified that board members are looking to put in place. And I think just to be transparent with our public, having individual board members express whether or not that's the case would be really helpful.
Sure, and I have Director Weiniger with her hand up. Go ahead, Director Weiniger.
Speaking for me personally, I've actually had a few people just mention to me about the superintendent role, which is why I encourage us to open it up externally, because I want to give a fair review to anyone who's interested in this new position. So no, I don't have one candidate in mind. I'm very open to hearing all candidates who apply.
Other directors? Director Williams, you have the floor.
So I'm going to speak specifically to the one that everyone has continually brought up, and that's Erin Kane. Obviously, I have 3 children who attend her schools, and so do I respect her and think that she could bring value to the district? Yes, I do. Have I called her and offered her a position to be superintendent? No, I have not. Do I hope she applies? Yes, I do.
And I will speak to that as well, since it has been swirling all over social media, and we heard it a couple times tonight, that the name Erin Kane mentioned. Full transparency, a few weeks ago, I did actually call former interim superintendent Kane and asked about her willingness. If there was a position, would she be interested and willing to apply? She did say that if there was a position, she would be willing to apply, and I thanked her for that. I think she would be a good candidate, but I am also open to looking at other folks. Thus, the description that I think we really need to look at and really zoom in. But for all transparency, I did actually reach out and to see if she was even willing to apply, given that she came into this situation before. Any other directors? Director Ray, you have the floor.
I just want to make sure, I don't want to, obviously I don't have anyone in mind, but Director Meek, did you get everyone's answers that you needed before I kind of take us to a different topic? Are you good?
Yeah, I frankly haven't heard from Director Hens all night. She does not have to speak, but I just want to make sure she has an opportunity to speak if she wishes to.
I absolutely have opinions about the process that's been put forth. I've just been trying to respect Ms. Edgar's time and stick with legal questions. We're paying her by the minute, so if I've just been trying to save my comments, but I absolutely have some things to share. I think it would be responsible to wrap up with Ms. Edgar, any remaining legal questions, and then continue our conversation.
And feel free to, board, I'm here at your pleasure. So feel free when you guys are complete, I'm happy to step up. I I haven't been able to tell if there's been an end to the
Yeah.
legal portion, so I didn't want to leave prematurely.
Yeah, it seems to keep coming back up. So Director Ray, you have the floor.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I agree with Director Hansen. My comments are not legal in nature, so I'll hold those until Ms. Edgar is free to go.
Okay, if we want to move on to non-legal questions, that they're certainly up there. Again, we do have a motion on the floor. We do have at least 2 implied amendments, but they have not been motioned at this time.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having me participate virtually. I will leave. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, Ms. Egger. And we will recall you if needed, if something comes back.
Okay.
Thank you. Director Ray, you have the floor.
Thanks. So I think already, given the discussion we're hearing in terms of wanting to broaden the search, to me really says that our timeline is unreasonable that's being proposed. I mean, you basically have 2 business days in which someone responds to a posting. So if you want that to be external, where it is indeed posted on case, so that it broadens the number of applicants we can talk to, I know Amanda kind of spoke to us about the typical posting timeline is at least 5 days. And that's when you're doing an internal post. And then, once you go to external, you extend that even more for additional days. So I would start there by saying that I think the timeline, the compression is unreasonable. I also want to just follow up with what Director Meek said, and I'm glad she clarified for you, Director Peterson, that the process that you were speaking to that was compressed was an interim superintendent appointment. It was not a permanent superintendent appointment. As a matter of fact, when Mr. Wise took that position, he was an interim, and then we started the process all over again to select a permanent superintendent that did take us at least 4 months to complete. And just as Director Meek was suggesting, is when you do a superintendent search, you do want to make sure that you're developing a leadership profile that's reflective of public input. And so as opposed to just recycling what was done a year ago, I would agree that it's important to restart that process so that we're hearing from our public in terms of what they prioritize, what it is that they want in a leader, and that takes time. I also will just throw out that we still have a contract with a professional recruiter that helped us a year ago, and that contract has a guaranteed clause in it that says that if the person we selected for some reason doesn't stay with us for a full year, that search firm begins the process again for us at no cost. So we also have that resource available. And I just want to differentiate between when you're filling a position versus when you're searching for someone. Because when you're filling a position, you're at really the mercy of just whomever wants to submit their resume. And those people are typically people that are looking for a change. They want something different than what they're currently in. A recruiter, on the other hand, actually goes out and talks to executives who may not be seeking a change, but once they hear that there's an opportunity here in Douglas County School District in Colorado, they may want to consider that opportunity. And so that way you're making sure that you're not only just waiting for someone to submit their resume, but you're also actively recruiting top-notch executives who we may not know about just from our simple little posting that we're doing for 2 business days. So I think we also need to think about taking advantage of that professional recruiter as well, because they offer a whole broader network of people that we can talk to. So that's where I'll start my discussion.
Director Hansen, then Director Myers. Go ahead, Director Hansen, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I've spent the last week really trying to internalize everything that Sandra Brownrigg shared with us in our meeting and in our meeting last week. And I am going to try moving forward to frame every comment that I make with the end goal in mind of securing a ballot measure for our teachers. So I'm trying to think on the death spiral chart that she shared. Several of those steps have already, we've already checked those off. Past is in the past. I think if we are really honest with ourselves right now, we look in the present, we are in the employee and community mistrust phase. I just have 2 requests for you to consider. I'm not naive enough to think I can change your mind, but 2 things that I think are really important to consider. One is that our schools are fiercely loyal to their leaders, and asking internal candidates to step up and fill this void in these circumstances and bringing them through a hiring process only to discover at the end that it was a charade will significantly increase division and will further isolate pockets of our community, and would be a significant step toward that part of the death spiral where we are at a point where we're not able to pass funding. The second part that I just really want to be considered is that honesty and trust go hand in hand, and our community is going to be divided no matter what we do right now. And I just want to encourage you to consider, if you are honest about this process, if Erin Kane is your person, and quite frankly, Mike, the fact that you shared that you spoke with her before you spoke with Mr. Wise about performance concerns, I appreciate that. I think it's important to share and be transparent. But if she's your person, you are going to have more respect on the other side of this process if you just own that right now before we ask our staff to go through another process. And again, not everyone is going to agree with that decision, but I genuinely believe that honesty and integrity in that process is going to earn us as a board some much needed points in the trust department that we genuinely need right now if we're going to move out of the death spiral and toward the ability to pass funding.
Yeah, I appreciate that conversation. I think it is a absolute decision by 7. I do want to look at all candidates out there. I think we need to start internal again, but I get everyone's ideas to move to external. And if we need to look at a extended posting, I think we can do that. But I do not want to personally, back to what Director Hansen said, I don't personally think we want to do a super prolonged search that goes on for months and things like that. I do hear other words that are coming out. People have said stability, get some certainty in the district. And back to what you said, this comes from a place for compensation. This comes from a place, if I understood you, that's looking at MBEC work and the need to focus on closing that compensation. And then, okay, how do we fund it based on their recommendations? So I think something that drags out too long is actually detrimental to that cause. But we do not want to have again, back to transparency. This is not about putting our people through the ringer to have a show, to have a pre-decided outcome. Director Myers, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Yes, sorry, I guess I didn't unmute. So if looking at this timeline, and we're looking particularly, I'm going to go back to Thursday, the 17th, if we change that to internal and external, and then Tuesday, our regular board meeting, February the 22nd, maybe take off the discuss applications in open session if down to 3 or less. And if we moved that, if we do the Thursday special one, then that opens up to a 5 business days. Correct? Am I correct? Because you're posting it tomorrow, then we would have Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And I mean that
Yeah.
I understand that puts a lot on our plates to be really looking at,
And in this, frankly, we shouldn't, I know these meetings go long. When you're looking for a superintendent, there's going to be a lot of meetings. I looked back at the schedule when, in previous superintendent searches, and there was meetings even on the weekends. Not that I'm trying to do death by meeting, not for the public, not for the directors, not for the staff. I know there's a ton of prep that goes into this for the staff, but back to what you said, Director Myers, two things that I've heard. I just want to recap those and then I'll talk timeline. Internally and externally, I see that seems to be a theme among the various directors. Also, the other thing is striking any reference to 3 or less based on the correction made by Miss Egger. And we could post, say, the 17th and let it run through, certainly through the 25th. That would give it at least a full week. 17th and 18th this week, President Day holiday, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th.
Right.
That runs through a whole week. I'm hearing posted a little longer. Then we could come back and, dare I say, have our regular meeting on the 22nd, just all the items that we planned for an agenda. And we could come back with a special meeting on the 1st just to consider candidates, right? We've let it run for a whole week. It's internal, external. Come back, consider any candidates that applied by that time, and then move to a March 3rd date. That delays everything for a week, basically, and then do, based on the discussion on the 1st, some type of interview with public comment, interviews, public comment. If there's votes on finalists and things like that, we could do that. That would move everything basically a week, and it would allow the posting to sit through the 25th to try to gather more candidates. And again, the timeline only referred to getting to potential candidates, interviews, and then the rest of the timeline proposed in the original document, set up forums for different groups, get feedback. All that stuff could continue, with the same caveat that when you do name a finalist or finalists, there is still the minimum 14 days, which to me says we would do forums and engagements and start the things prior to spring break. And the first chance you would even have on that timeline, which is fine in my mind, I'm just talking for myself, would be to name a finalist, or not a finalist, but to make an offer. The earliest you would do that would be after spring break. And that gives a nice long time for this to soak and marinate in the public. That I think would be, again, I'm trying to incorporate everything that people are saying. But that would be a longer posting, internal, external, eliminate any things and get us to, if I took all my notes here right, that would get us to, I'll reiterate, post tomorrow, let it run through the 25th. That's more than a week. March 1st, special meeting, discuss applications and applicants, kind of talk about who to interview based on looking at all those. And then a special meeting on March 3rd to actually do some sort of interview, public comments, and vote on finalists at that point. That would delay everything, but not delay it to the point where this is dragging out and creating more uncertainty and more anxiety in my mind for the staff.
I would have personally agreed to that.
Okay, Director Myers, you still have your hand up, but Director Williams, you have the floor.
So I'm not opposed to doing that. And then to Director Ray's point of we have somebody that we could utilize. I think if we don't get candidates in there that we think are a good fit, then I think we can utilize that. But for me personally, and as to what Director Hansen said, one of our biggest goals, and if our end goal is truly to get an MLO passed, I think that we will need to have we'll need to have a superintendent in there to provide stability for our teachers and our staff all the way down. So.
Okay. Other Director Ray, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest, Director Peterson, that I think with the motion on the table, and I can't remember who made the motion, but it seems to me for our public's benefit, since we're doing a lot of amending and a lot of modifying, that I would suggest that we not approve a timeline other than maybe just a motion to move forward with a posting, which I think we can do later in our agenda. But I think we need to chew on the timeline a little bit more, count up some days, incorporate some of the discussion today about when we think we want to actually offer a position. I just think that the current timeline is mocked up enough that I don't think it would be appropriate for us to move forward with approving it. So I would just recommend to whoever made the motion, if you agree that you would rescind your motion until we can actually provide the public with something more clear in terms of the entire timeline, as opposed to trying to have Director Peterson keep taking notes on what the amendments might be. So that would be just a suggestion I would throw out there for this particular agenda item.
Yeah, just to be clear, it was a motion made by Williams, seconded by Weiniger. The amendments that I have again are internal and external. Strike anything referring to number of candidates based on Kristen Ager. And since there are basically only, there are really only 3 dates that we're talking about, which is a opening and closing of a posting, a special meeting to discuss applicants, and a special meeting to conduct interviews, public comment, and a finalist vote. Everything else on that timeline is all just basically does not apply, because it just says post interview, do forms, post interview, comply with CRS. Everything was already open-ended on that. So possibly if we could agree to, because what I'm hearing now is only 3 amendments, just change to from internally to internally and externally, strike any language referring to 3 candidates or less. And the last one would be the dates, and I could list the dates as I just said, if that's agreeable. But I will put it back to Director Williams, who made, again, we would keep that motion open. We would make amendments if there are those 3 amendments to be made. We could make them one at a time, and then we could go back and vote on the original motion as amended. Before you answer, Director Williams, Director Myers, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Actually, President Peterson, that's exactly what I was going to reiterate. We've got the 3 that we could change as amendments and go ahead and approve the timeline, the superintendent identification timeline, and just with those 3 amendments. And that's what I would agree to.
Okay, Director Ray, you have the floor.
Yeah, again, I would just advocate for the sake of our public and transparency that we have a polished document, and it's next Tuesday that we have our board meeting, and this would be a very quick kind of motion that we could make. We could even put it on consent agenda for that matter. But I just think our public doesn't know all the discussion and all the amendments we've made. And I think for their sake, I would prefer that we would rescind this motion, get a polished document that we can post, and then approve it next Tuesday.
And with agreement, the one thing I would ask among those, and we can do this just be a consensus if it is fine. The one thing I would ask, just for some certainty to start this process tonight, would be agreement without exception that the document be position be posted internally and externally, and that it be posted starting tomorrow and run through the 25th to close out on the 25th. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 calendar days, and that we would post that for that time to get the position, which is the next agenda item posted. And if we could agree to that unanimously, if there are no objections, then I am more than happy to bring this back up again, add it to the consent agenda as we just discussed, internally, externally, with the dates I discussed, closing on the 25th, intention for special meeting March 1st to discuss applications, intention for special meeting March 3rd to do interviews, public comment, have some vote on finalists. And then again, I would just include the wide open session after that for public engagement, you know, and CRS requirements. So if we have agreement to that, we can certainly add that to the consent agenda. We can pull it off. We can discuss it. We can just vote it through on the 22nd. I think that's an excellent idea. Director Ray, have something published that we can tightly reference. But if we can just agree on consensus at this point to the posting dates of tomorrow through the 25th, I think frankly, we can close this item out and move to the next agenda. So I put that to the group. If there is consent to that without objection. Director Williams, you have the floor.
Well, I guess for all intents and purposes, I need to rescind my motion so that we can take that off the table, just to follow the rules. But I'm fine having it put through on consent agenda as long as we get it posted, because I do think that's important.
Okay. Any other comments from the group on, I guess, do we need a motion then to only approve the posting portion of this timeline by the group? We can rescind the previous motion, put a new motion to only approve the posting timeline at this point with further refinement to be done on the 22nd. Director Ray, you have the floor. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I would suggest, President Peterson, that we do that motion with the job description, and that simply becomes a one motion. We're going to approve this job description that will be posted on such and such dates. I just think that's cleaner, would be my recommendation. And the only other thing that I would ask, just because I don't know that we exhausted this discussion is, and I agree so far with the notion that we want to make sure that we're providing stability to our organization. But there are other pathways to do that. You know, certainly we have very capable deputy superintendents that can serve in that interim position and provide that stability till the end of the year, until we can do this in a much more thorough manner. So I just want to make sure we've exhausted that option, we're feeling like that we still want to move forward with a superintendent search, a permanent superintendent search, as opposed to promoting stability by using our own people that are already in cabinet, already on board with understanding the need for MLO and bond. And I also want to just make sure that we didn't interpret Director Hansen's comments, because certainly I think she was advocating that we not drag this out if we already have somebody in mind. But I don't think she was necessarily advocating that we do this quickly. So I want to make sure, Director Hansen, that you didn't have your comments misinterpreted, but I just want to make sure we rule out this notion of, are all the other pathways off the table? And if so, then I would agree that we need to move forward with our next agenda item.
Director Hansen, did you want to reply to that? Go ahead, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, I think this process is woefully inadequate for the responsibilities of the job, but I'm trying to move us forward and just focus on potential fallout if this process is not transparent. So if that helps to clarify where I'm coming from, that's a good summation of where I'm at.
Great, Director Ray.
Thank you. So that's kind of what I was hearing your caution being as well, Director Hansen. And so I guess that's where I would like to hear from all directors. Have we considered all our options other than moving forward in, as Director Hansen suggested, a woefully short kind of process to do what we need to do to select the best person for this role? So my question to all directors is there no need to discuss the other pathways, from having an interim that we assign to staying with the current structure of co-superintendents? I guess would be the two other pathways that I'm I'm wondering about.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Director Weiniger, you have your hand up first. You have the floor.
Okay. Thanks for asking. I hear you on keeping our deputy superintendents. I think they are doing a great job. I think they might be a little overwhelmed having to take on what they normally do and then having a superintendent role as well. And maybe would appreciate us finding a superintendent to take that off their hands. But I'm kind of speaking for them. So I don't know if we want to hear from them on their thoughts in this meeting, if that's appropriate. But and I just am with the whole, why not just try this route now, see what candidates we get. And if they all flop, then we can try the recruiter route. We can try expanding more. But I really have faith that we have a lot of good candidates locally. A lot of candidates have been tuning in to what's going on here. And I just want to try that out right away as soon as possible.
Director Myers, you have the floor.
Actually, that's exactly what I was going to say. I just really have faith in Andy and Danelle to carry on as our interim superintendents right now. Go ahead and go forth with the posting tomorrow, internally and externally, go through the 25th. And look, if we get to a point where we think, and I think this has happened in any hiring process, if we feel like we've exhausted and we just don't have what we're looking at, then we use that, use what you're talking about, Director Ray, your recruiter that we still have within that year's timeline. I would feel comfortable with that.
Okay. I'm also in concurrence that I have a hard time imagining someone coming from outside this district and being able to understand it at a deep level of the history of where we are, of where we're going, especially in the current climate, and frankly with the compensation priorities that I think everyone on this board has committed to, or vocally at least said that from the dais more than once. And I have a hard time, frankly, imagining someone. But that being said, I'd like to give the local track a try, see what we come up with for candidates. I agree with the longer term for the posting is discussed. And then if we frankly review those candidates and find them all wanting and being deficient based on our next discussion, yeah, then let's go back and look at candidate firms and other things and stuff. But I'd like to give this this track a try. Other directors, Director Myers, your camera is off, but your hand is up.
Sorry.
Director Meek, go ahead. You have the floor.
Go ahead.
Oh, you want me to go before Director Myers?
Go ahead, Director Meeks. Everybody's gone to bed here, so I wanted to see if my husband wanted me to leave out of the room. So go ahead.
All right, Director Meek, you have the floor.
Just to answer Director Ray's question, I'm just sitting here trying to think, how do we build trust? How do we build stability? What's the right path forward? I think there's so many questions swirling around. It's very confusing when you hear what I guess is called double speak. Like, we have to get rid of a superintendent because we need a new direction. He doesn't have a CEO profile. And now we're talking about hiring the CEO in a week, but now it's a couple weeks. So we've expanded that timeline. I guess I'm just trying to think, is agreeing to a timeline that I still think isn't as inclusive as it should be with our community, is agreeing to a timeline that I don't think is adequate, the right path to go in order to compromise, right? And build back trust and stability. And quite frankly, President Peterson, I think it's highly unethical that you reached out to Erin Kane and expressed that question to her and never once have expressed concern around the performance of the sitting superintendent with the entire board. So I'm sitting here and I'm trying to think, what is the right path forward for our community? Because I think our community is really struggling right now. And if compromising on this timeline is going to do the best to help our community, I'm willing to do that. I think it's the right, but I'm struggling with what the right decision is. So I'm just trying to be as open and honest as possible. And I'm sitting here weighing the various options that we have before us.
Yeah, and I would, again, just board members, please refrain from questioning people's ethics and attacking other board members. We should not be doing this from the dais. We can talk about the subjects, but please avoid calling people unethical or immoral and those other things. That's not advancing our conversation. Director Myers, you have the floor. Your hand is up.
I guess at this point, I believe that we should put a motion on the floor about, let's get the posting going tomorrow through the 25th, with looking at March 1st as carrying on a regular meeting on Tuesday, February the 22nd. Sorry, I'm looking at my list, and moving to March 1st as our day to talk, to have a special meeting, correct?
Yeah, what I heard from Director Ray, and I'm sure that's why his hand is up, is I think, and we can move on if this is agreed to, it is to rescind the motion officially. Let's do that officially if the motion is to be rescinded by Director Williams, and make no other motions to this topic. And if there is a desire to put a timeline around the posting and just the posting, we bring it up in the next conversation, which is about the posting. Does that meet your requirements, Director Myers?
Yes, it does. Sorry,
Thank you.
hand down.
Director Ray, I'll let you have the floor, but then my suggestion would be to make a formal rescission of the motion and then move to the next topic. Is I think we've kind of exhausted this discussion on this topic, and we can take a short recess and then we can move to the next topic, which is actually the position description.
So yeah, just two things. I don't think you need to take a vote to rescind a motion. Once the motion is rescinded, it's null and void. I think Director Williams has already said that she wants to rescind her motion. I think she just needs to check with the person that seconded it to make sure that they are in agreement with her rescission. And then the other thing I just wanted to comment on Director Meek, her struggle. I think there's still some latitude that we have, even if we move forward with a job description to be posted tomorrow. I think there's still some work to be done for us to kind of talk about, do we want to add in some more depth in this process? So I just want to reassure her, I don't think we're done with that conversation about community engagement in terms of this process. I think that has also something that we need to define more. But to get to our break, I will just suggest that indeed the motion has been rescinded. If the seconded person agrees, then I would agree, Director Peterson, I think it's time for a break.
Yeah, and my last comments then would be, we'll take care of the next item, but do expect, as indicated earlier, some structure around the rest of the timeline to, as was alluded to before, to be on consent agenda. To look at that, again, everyone has the right to pull it off of consent agenda on the 22nd. But I believe that was the motion out of here, and or not the motion, the direction we were going out of here. So just to confirm with Director Williams, did you make an official rescission of your initial motion?
I did.
Okay, and Director Weiniger, do you have any comments or any concerns with that? You have the floor.
Well, since I seconded, I was just agreeing to the rescission.
Okay, and with that, with unanimous consent, it is time 33. If we can just come back at time 45, we will take up the next agenda item, which is superintendent job description. So at this point, we will take a break till quarter up. Thank you. Mr. Blair, are we ready to go?
Yes, sir, we are. Chris, can you please take down the graphic? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Blair. We are moving to item number 6, superintendent job description. And the recommendation is that the Board of Education approve of the superintendent job description for internal posting with the proposed criteria. Do we have any motions concerning the job description as presented? Again, these are the criteria for a job description. They would be transcribed into Workday as required. Director Ray, you have the floor.
Director Pearson, was this, I know this job description was similar to the one we had before, but did you reference our policy that specifically talks about superintendent qualifications policy CBA, CBC? Was that at all a consideration in this draft?
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I have CBA, CBC right here. I did look at it. It does talk about qualifications, reports to, supervises, performance responsibilities. It goes through a whole bunch of criteria, organization, personnel, finances. And yes, I did consider that. I also looked at the previous job description that was used and generated by Frederick Andrews, and then made some personal recommendations and modifications based on the current climate. But that is exactly where it comes from, the previous job description and reference to CBA, CBC. Go ahead, Director Ray.
So I'm wondering if we should just, as opposed to putting a motion on the table, Director Peterson, is maybe spend a little bit of time with doing any kind of wordsmithing and modifications. That way you're not in a position where you have to have multiple amendments to the motion, if you will. So I'm just wondering if we might want to just dive into
Sure,
discussion.
we can absolutely dive into it. I actually have a Word doc open to the side on my computer, which is exactly the attachment that was posted. If there's any changes on there, I can take notes as we go down through that. Then we can make amendments to change, make any of those changes. And then at that point, go from there. So I do have the document open, and I will read for it for folks that are, this is an attachment to this item if you're following along at home. It does say summary of DCSD superintendent job description. Douglas County School District is concerning an internal search. This, of course, would be changed to just search. And I will actually strike that out so I know that there's a change. For a superintendent that displays high integrity, dynamic leadership, and community engagement that is focused on providing a high quality educational foundation that empowers students to reach their individual potential. Then there's a series of bullets for individual will possess, and then absolute required qualifications there. And then there is a salary range. So I guess we could start right up at the top for any things that are, it says, and I will just start with the first bullet, and if directors want to chime in with any criteria regarding that bullet, let me know. The ideal individual will possess the following. First bullet: a leader that is an effective communicator who excels in building relationships with students, parents, guardians, staff, and community members through authentic engagement. Any questions or comments on that first bullet? Director Ray.
So Director P, I won't repeat this every bullet, but we've got some grammatical issues going on here. So that it should be who, because you're talking about an individual, not an object. So I think throughout these bullets, we have a leader that. It should be just grammatically correct, should be a leader who. So if you make a note of that.
Noted. Any other director comments? And I'm just going through and making that change throughout. And while we're doing that, second bullet, someone who understands the culture, the current climate, and the direction the district is moving to.
President Peterson, I think this is what I was alluding to initially, where we talk about the direction the district is moving to, but we have not articulated that anywhere.
So is that, I'm sorry, is that a request to just strike that as criteria? Or again, I understand that as a leader who has basically been tracking the trends in the district and the macro movement of where the district is going, not specifically aligning to a specific vision.
I mean, I think it makes sense to say the direction that you're looking for the superintendent to take the district. I think that's what this board has not transparently written out. And I think if we're able to say what that means, I think we're able to all be on the same page and be transparent. I've heard that we didn't want the prior superintendent because we wanted to move the district in a different direction. And so we're referring to the different direction here. So I just think it would be really, really helpful and transparent to just put on paper what that means.
Yes, in my mind, that means the current ends, that they're actually pursuing effectively the current ends, but I will open it to any other directors. Director Ray.
Yeah, that was I heard you reference this earlier, Mike. Sorry, Director Peterson, but I'd like to hear from the other directors. You said there was nothing wrong with the ends, or that you didn't see a need to change any of the ends. And again, Director Meek is absolutely right on. That's what we evaluate our superintendent, their performance against is the end. So I guess I would like to hear from all directors. Are we all in agreement that the ends still meet the direction of this board?
And other directors, Director Williams, you have the floor.
So first, I do think that it's going to be important for us to get together and have our retreat to really dig deep into a lot of this stuff. But for me personally, not only is it just the ends, but it's also somebody that's going to be able to work with quote unquote all sides of the community, that's really going to bring unity back together, because there's just right now it's just there's so much division, and I'd really like to see someone who's really willing to get out there and bring in all sides.
Other directors? Director Weiniger, you have the floor.
I agree. Someone who meets our ends, and also someone who recognizes the priority of a mill levy bond need, and someone we think who can really realistically accomplish that.
Other directors?
Okay, so just to be clear, we let go the prior superintendent to move in a different direction, but the direction that we're moving in is the same direction with the same ends. So I just want to be clear so that we don't have an expectation we're going to hire a new superintendent, and then as soon as they're hired, we rewrite all of the ends or come up with new direction. I think for transparency purposes, it's just being honest with our public. And what I'm hearing is the current ends are the current ends. We're not looking to create new goals for the district. And the other characteristics mentioned about bringing the community together, absolutely agree. I think that's probably not the direction of the district, but it's how they go about achieving, those goals for the district.
Yeah, I would comment on that by saying, yes, the ends, yes, the mission, individual achievement, help any student achieve his or her potential, and then the 3 tracks. So goals, ends, mission, and vision. Again, I disagree with the saying that I don't want to talk about the previous superintendent. I want to keep on subject here, but I did not believe that the previous superintendent was effectively fully meeting their ends and living up to the potential, but I do not disagree with the ends, to answer your question specifically. Any other directors before moving that? Okay, Director Ray, go ahead.
I'm just thinking that then that bullet, Director Peterson, might need to be modified to just capture what was just stated, and that is someone who understands the culture, the current climate, the board's ends, vision, and mission, as opposed to stating a direction the district is moving to. Because I think that's what's throwing us off, is we're not understanding that if it sounds like it's the same. The board ends, mission, and vision would be what would be listed in that bullet, as I'm understanding.
You're on mute, Mike.
Thank you. What I'm hearing is, and I'm making notes as I go, current climate and the district's ends, mission, and vision. For clarity on that bullet.
The board's ends, and the district's mission. Actually, the vision statement is a board vision statement, so you could say the board's ends and vision and the district's mission statement.
Okay. Done, and we will come back to these, but okay. Third bullet. An individual understands the community and will be committed to being a part of the community, to include outside of the school district. And I believe that is a direct lift from a previous. Director Ray.
Sorry, I was questioning what that meant at the end, including outside of the school district. Do we have a clear understanding of what that is?
Understanding the community outside of the school district, not just the school district community, but the larger community. I would consider that to be taxpayers, small business, the extended non-school district community. I thought it was fairly self-evident, but apparently not.
How about part of the entire community instead of including to include outside? Like for me, community is your entire public, but.
Right, but I believe if you do not say outside of the school district, it could be misconstrued to be the school district community and not the larger whole, thus the way it's stated.
I'm good with that. That helps me, Director Peterson. I was thinking outside of the school district meant outside of the county. So that's what I was confused with, so.
Thank you. The next is, and I will read these all with the first change of including who. A leader who is open, approachable, thoughtful, and has unquestioned integrity. Seems we have a winner for one. A leader, the next one, a leader who is fully transparent with students, parents / guardians, staff, and community members. The next, a leader who values diversity among students, parents, and outside groups. The next, a leader with transparent personal values and an unwavering moral compass.
President Peterson, are we able to go back to the prior one? A leader that values diversity and inclusion among students, parents, and outside groups?
There is a bullet at the bottom above the salary, Director Meek, that I believe talks to equity, inclusion, and other ones, just not to be, to be redundant.
Okay.
Okay.
Director Peterson, yeah, I would just, I think they're different in that one talks about the value system of the superintendent. The other talks about what the superintendent will ensure students experience. So I do think that it's worth replicating the word just because I think it's used in a different manner. I think that's what Director Meek maybe is suggesting as well.
So is the proposition a leader who values diversity and inclusion among? Is that the recommendation, Director Ray?
No.
I think Director Meek, yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay. A leader with transparent personal values and an unwavering moral compass. The bullet below the one we just discussed. And then last in the top section is a leader who inspires trust, confidence, and mutual respect. Okay, moving to the second set of required qualifications. Again, putting all in who's throughout. The first bullet, an individual committed to the Douglas County School District. The second bullet, experience in education, either as a teacher or working closely with teachers as a school leader. And if the word educator is preferred or something, Director Ray, you have the floor.
Yeah, an educator, I believe, would be preferable. I know that before there was really a strong desire, though, that this person have classroom teaching experience to really show that person had been lifelong committed to being a public educator. And I know that the words on this one got a little bit modified from, I think, what we had before. And I think it also was modified in that I think previously we said the person could be either a classroom, had classroom teacher experience, or was in a student support position in a school. And I think the gist of that is we really heard loud and clear at the last search that we really wanted to have someone that understood classroom teaching first and foremost. So I don't know, I'm trying to put into words my recommendation. I would be open to leaving that as either as a educator or working closely or working or in a student support position in a school. I'm not sure that we just want someone who just has worked closely with teachers. I don't think that necessarily gives them that veteran experience of being a classroom teacher. So
yeah, I'll open it up to other directors for comments. Director Williams, you have the floor.
While I understand where you're coming from, Director Ray, and I do think it's important that someone understands the education system, I don't know that saying that you're only qualified to be a superintendent if you've worked as a teacher or closely too. I still believe that you can fill a superintendent role without needing to be in that role.
Director Myers, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was unmuted. As I read through it, I'm looking experience in education, either as a teacher or working closely with teachers as a school leader. Did we decide to change the teacher to educator? Is that what because if we want to change it to educator or working closely with educators as a school leader, I'm comfortable with that statement.
Yeah, that change was already noted, I believe.
Okay,
Director Ray.
so I'm comfortable with the statement as is, because if you've worked either as a teacher or you've worked closely with educators, that's your experience in education. So I'm comfortable with that line.
Okay. I am also comfortable with not having to just limit it to those that were, quote, educators. We have a great diversity of administrators. We've got a great diversity of other folks that have frankly done an outstanding job at different levels throughout the administration. And I would not want to narrow this to only having classroom experience. This certainly does not exclude those with classroom experience, but I don't think it should be limited to just those who have had time in the classroom. Director Myers, did you mean to keep your hand up?
Nope.
Good, thank you.
Sorry, I'm trying to go back and forth.
Right. Okay, seeing no other hands, master's degree in a related field is required. And if you want me to put in education or just, I think related field, to being a administrator / educator, I think is fine, but I will take any other comments on this one. Director Ray.
Yeah, that was going to be my suggestion, is that we get the word education in there, because it's very different to have a master's degree as an educational administrator as opposed to a public administrator degree. So yeah, I would advocate that we get the word education in there. Master's degree in an education related field.
Yeah, again, for the exact reason I stated in the previous one, I'd be happy to put in education or an administrative related field. But again, I don't think we want to limit it just to educational degrees. Other comments? No, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I thought if you're putting the word education in there, I'm satisfied. If you're putting in master's degree in an education related field, is that what you were agreeing to, Director?
No, I thought if you needed more definition around related, I was going to say education or administrative related field. And again, not confine it just to the tight educational degrees. Or if you don't think the words are required, if it just is master's degree in a related field, I'm happy just leaving it as is.
Yeah, I would just advocate once, and then I'll let other directors weigh in, but I think it's important that our superintendent has a master's degree in an education related field or a doctorate. They can have degrees in all different areas, that's fine, but I think to validate this as a leader of an educational system, they ought to have a degree in an education related field.
Director Myers, you have the floor. You have your hand up.
Yes, I'm happy with master's degree in a related field is required. I don't feel the need to throw education in there.
Director Meek, you have the floor.
Yeah, I mean, I think education related is important given the job description. So education or a related field is required, but to me, it feels like education is a pretty important characteristic for the individual.
Director Weiniger, you have the floor.
I just don't want to limit us with putting education. I mean, I agree. I think related kind of covers that. We prefer education, but since this is qualifications, that's my input.
Sorry, any other directors we haven't heard from? Okay, it sounds like there's a fairly good split here. I'm inclined to leave it as just master's degree in a related field, just to not over narrow things. Director Williams, you have the floor.
I was going to echo what Director Weiniger said, and just we don't want to narrow our field too terribly much. Not to say it's not important, obviously, that they have education background. I'm just saying that, you know, I don't know that it's necessary that it's specific education.
Director Ray, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Sorry. Yeah, I would just, that's a sticking point for me, to be honest with you. Just because of what Director Meek just explained. This is a leader of leaders in an education field, and we shouldn't be, you know, having a person that has a degree in hospital administration or a person that has a degree in other kinds of administration leading educational leaders. So it's a sticking point for me, but I'll certainly yield if obviously if I'm in the minority once again.
Yeah, it sounds to me like there's a majority that's looking not to narrow. I disagree. I think that, you know, it's not just educators. We have a diverse cabinet. We've got operations, we got finance, we've got HR, we've got so many other things that specifically the cabinet is doing and taking care of. But Director Williams, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Well, and I would just say that some schools, private and public charter schools, don't always require an education degree to be a teacher, and that doesn't mean that they still can't climb the ladder and potentially one day be able to become a superintendent. I think that that's just really limiting our choices and saying that simply because you don't have that degree you're not capable, and I don't find that to be true.
Okay, if we move on, we have strong interpersonal skills and ability to work with individuals at all different levels. The next one, exceptional leadership, coaching, and mentoring skills. The next, experience with all aspects of the position, including academics, financials, operations, community, and parent engagement, and state advocacy. Scrolling down, the next, an individual who will always advocate for the students, teachers, faculty members, and administrators. The next, a fully transparent and decisive leader who will stand up for all the, who will stand up for the district in all circumstances. An individual, willing to advocate for funding and preparing for a mill bond initiative if required. The next one, an individual who will be known and approachable at the school level. And then the final bullet before the salary range, an individual who will ensure that equity inclusion is offered to all students, teachers, faculty members, and administrators. And I would be happy to add in staff there, because if it's not clear that staff includes all those, I'm happy to add that in as an extra bullet. Director Ray, you have the floor.
So on that bullet, I think it's a couple of things. One, subject verb agreement, so it should be are, because we've got a plural subject. So an individual that will ensure that equity and inclusion are offered, but I don't know the word offered is correct there. I think it's are provided to all students, and I agree with the change to staff. I don't know, I don't think equity, you offer it, I think you provide it, but that would be just a minor revision.
Okay, to reread with change. Okay, sorry, I thought I saw another hand. To reread with changes. An individual who will ensure that equity and inclusion are provided to all students, teachers, faculty members, staff, and administrators. Okay, the final bullet there. Sorry, go ahead, Director Myers. You have your hand up. You have the floor.
Well, and I just wondered in provided or guaranteed. Director Ray, do you like provided better rather than guaranteed? Let me go back and look. Inclusion is guaranteed, provided. Do you like provided better?
I'm good with provided.
Okay.
But if you want to advocate for something else, Director Myers.
Well, I wondered if guaranteed, but that's fine. I like provided.
Guaranteed may not be within the applicant's ability. Certainly they can ensure provision. Guaranteed, I think, just maybe too strong of a word, although we're parsing some stuff at this point. Moving into the anticipated annual salary. I know that
Peterson.
Yes, go ahead, Director Ray.
Sorry. So a couple of bullets that I think one I would really advocate for, and one I imagine I may be in the minority again, but one that I would advocate for is that this person would operate within a policy governance model and comply with the executive limitations. And then I would suggest that those limitations be linked on that bullet, because that's how we operate, and that those executive limitations have an even more fuller menu of things that provide guardrails for the superintendent that I think is important for the superintendent to know and understand. So that would be one bullet I would suggest. The other bullet that didn't get brought over from our previous job description is the principal experience and central office experience preferred. And again, I just think that is, again, honoring the fact that in the educational field, when you are committed to education, you kind of move through those kind of experiences to be a really effective superintendent. That's really based on research that we looked at when we developed the last job description. So I would just throw that out, but so there'll be two additional bullets: principal and central office experience preferred, and then the one about the operates within a policy governance model and complies with the executive limitations. And Director Meek, I want to make sure I'm saying that correctly, since you are almost an expert in policy governance, but does that make sense to you? I would defer to you as well.
Can you restate it one more time?
Yeah, I wrote operates within a policy governance model and complies with the executive limitations. And then I would actually link our executive limitations so that the candidate could view those to understand how we operate as a board and what our relationship is between our employee, the superintendent, and the board.
No, I think that's perfectly articulated. So basically it's giving the guardrails. Here's what you need to do. You have freedom to achieve the goals as long as you stay within these guardrails. And I do think having clarity or agreement on the governance structure makes sense.
So what I've written here, an individual who will operate under policy guidance, or sorry, policy governance, and comply with executive limitations.
I think that's fine.
Okay, and then to Director Ray's other question about a bullet that didn't, excuse me, that did not come over. My intent was to incorporate it in the bullet that says experience with all aspects of the position, including academics, financials, operations, community and parent engagement and state advocacy to try to lay out that broad breadth of experience available, without limiting it to you had to be a principal. Just that you're familiar with the broad scope of all activities of the district, specifically, mostly the cabinet positions and the larger functions outside of the education, in addition to the educational mission. Director Ray, go ahead.
My last advocacy for that is that when there's a great deal of validation that occurs when a superintendent has walked in the shoes of the people that he or she is leading. And I will just leave it at that. I agree that you've broadened other aspects, but I think, again, this was something that was on the high value list from when we listened to our staff and our public, that they really wanted that superintendent to be able to say to our building leaders, I've walked in your shoes, and that accelerated trust of that superintendent. So, but I'll leave it at that. And if I'm the minority in wanting that, then I will yield and we can move on.
Okay. Thank you, Director Ray. Before discussing the salary position, I wanted to give background. I know Amanda Thompson is at least still logged on. So that input came directly from HR, the anticipated salary range. And the reason the anticipated range and the maximum range is given here is because that is what is required, from my understanding, to appear in the job posting, both of those. And those numbers were sent to all directors, passed through from HR on how they were produced, comps from various districts around the area, and including previous superintendent positions. So those were all derived from comparables. And before we go to discussion, I see Ms. Thompson is on. And if you would like to make any statements around how those numbers were derived, I turn it over to Amanda Thompson at this time.
Good evening again. The current ranges that were shared are the ones that currently exist in our system. So those are the ranges that have been used. And so also Human Resources conducted just a review of surrounding areas ranges as well. So you have that information. But again, what you will see is what currently exists in our system now for that position.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Any comments from directors on that range, given that information, or both ranges, the anticipated range and the maximum range? Okay, and if we have no discussion on that, I would like to do a read back of everything, and then if we could have then offer potential motions if everyone has agreed to adopt it as amended and read, and then I will provide a copy of this document with the strikeouts to Sandy Marsh, so the appropriate thing can be posted. So I will read from the top. Summary of DCSD Superintendent Job Description. The Douglas County School District is conducting a search for a superintendent that displays high integrity, dynamic leadership, and community engagement that is focused on providing a high-quality educational foundation that empowers students to reach their individual potential. And the ideal individual will possess the following: a leader who is an effective communicator who excels in building relationships with students, parents/guardians, staff, and community members through authentic engagement. Someone who understands the culture, the current climate, and the board's ends and vision and district's mission. An individual who understands the community and will be committed to being a part of the community to include outside of the school district. A leader who is open, approachable, thoughtful, and has unquestioned integrity. A leader who is fully transparent with students, parents/guardians, staff, and community members. A leader who values diversity and inclusion among students, parents, and outside groups. A leader with transparent personal values and an unwavering moral compass. A leader who inspires trust, confidence, and mutual respect. The required qualifications for the ideal individual are as following: an individual committed to the Douglas County School District, experience in education, either as an educator or working closely with educators as a school leader. Master's degree in a related field is required. Strong interpersonal skills and ability to work with individuals at all different levels. Exceptional leadership, coaching, and mentoring skills. Experience with all aspects of the position, including academics, financials, operations, community and parent engagement, and state advocacy. An individual who will always advocate for the students, teachers, faculty members, and administrators. A fully transparent and decisive leader who will stand up for the district in all circumstances. Willing to advocate for funding and preparing for a for a bond/mill initiative, parentheses, if required. An individual who will be known and approachable at the school level. An individual who will ensure that equity and inclusion are provided to all students, teachers, faculty members, staff, and administrators. An individual who will operate under policy governance and comply with executive limitations. The anticipated annual salary for this position will range from $220,000 to $270,000. The maximum range is $220,000 to $330,000. Are there any questions on what was read? Director Hanson, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Sorry, can you read the second bullet point, just where we landed? I want to make sure my notes are correct. Regarding the experience in education.
Second bullet in the second section. Yes. Experience in education, either as an educator or working closely with educators as a school leader.
Thank you.
With that, do we have a motion to accept the superintendent job description as amended to be, and now this is to add Director Ray's from the previous meeting, to be posted, let me get the exact date that I wrote down, to be posted on February 17th through February 25th. Director Myers, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Yes, I make the motion that we approve this document, the summary of a DCSD superintendent job description as amended. I guess is that it?
And the second part, if you agree to this motion, so friendly amendment is to be posted starting February 17th through the 25th.
Yes. So be it. Yes. Can I say that?
Okay. We have a motion from Director Myers to accept the superintendent job description as amended and read, and to be posted from February 17th through the 25th. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Weiniger. We'll now move to a vote. I will call the roll. Director Hanson.
Aye.
I'm sorry, that just didn't come through clear. Can you repeat?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Director Meek.
Aye.
Director Myers.
Aye.
Director Peterson, aye. Director Ray.
Aye.
Director Williams.
Aye.
Director Weiniger.
Aye.
Passed 7-0. We have one remaining item before remaining in the action item section. Do directors want to break? It is 11:30, or we can continue. Any director preferences?
Let's just power through.
We have a motion to power through. We don't have to vote. So moving to item number 7, standardized interview questions for applicants. But before I do, I am saving this document. I will mail it to School Board Secretary Sandy March at the completion of this meeting with all the red lines in there. I will also open a document for the 2022 superintendent interview questions. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approve a standardized list of questions to be used during the superintendent applicant review process as presented. I assume that we can continue with the process we did for the last one, recommended by Director Ray. We can have discussion first. I will make any notes and amendments or additions or deletions. I will read that back, and then if there is a motion to approve anything that is amended, I will entertain motions at that time if everyone is in agreement. Before we start, you may wonder, where did these questions come from? For those that were not around for the last superintendent search, there was a series of forums, licensed classified, pro-tech, parent, community members, and students. So there were 4 forums. They had 11 to 12 standardized questions apiece. All I did was take those 4 question sets that were derived through Frederick Andrews and the board previously, and many of them, there was a huge overlap. So all I did was basically combine those questions as pretty much written, and thus came up with a list of 20, because some questions were uniquely student, some questions were uniquely community, and that is how this proposed list was derived from the previous question set generated through the consultancy. So with that, Director Ray, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Director Peterson. So I guess a couple of questions. So yes, you're correct that these were questions that our panels asked the candidates, or actually they were the finalists. And however, we also as a board had unique questions for screening purposes. And I guess that's what I'm not understanding is there's the screening questions that we do for screening applicants. And then there's also second round questions that were part of our process as well. So that once we screened and narrowed it down to finalists, then we had a whole nother set of questions to ask the finalists. So, and I would just tell you that 20 questions, I'm not sure how long you're planning on interviewing the candidate, but that's a lot of questions in one setting. So, and I don't know, I guess I'm just thinking out loud, but I don't know how critical it is that we formally approve questions. So I'm just thinking out loud, but it seems like a lot of work tonight at 11:30 to do a lot of wordsmithing, and especially when there's different stages of how we interview. So I'm just throwing that out as wonderings.
Sure, understand the wonderings. I'm reacting to a memo that Kristen Egger shared, and just to quote from it, it's a best practice to develop a list for the board, develop a list of interview questions to be used with all candidates, to have a board agreed upon list, so that we don't have individual board members picking and choosing different candidate or different questions based on different candidates. That was the attempt here. Director Meek, you have your hand up. You have the floor, Director Meek.
Thank you. Yeah, I was wondering if this process is done as part of the interview prep, where it can be done with the board during this, just prior to the screening process, or when we need to do the screening process. I don't know if we typically announce publicly what all the questions are for interview, for individuals. So that's kind of my question, whether it made sense to really announce all the questions. My other thought was, I think 4 or 5 really important questions. Like, I would want to ask about some of our capacity, over capacity, under capacity, what their thoughts are, like questions that are very specific to our community and to challenges that we have. Plans around supporting MLO and bond. What would a plan B be? I mean, so I don't want to say all the questions I'm thinking right now, but I'd like to see some really specific questions, and maybe we don't discuss all of them right now, if we have time to do that later.
Sorry, I thought I unmuted. Director Williams, you have the floor.
I actually don't disagree with not wanting to put questions out in public. And I worked in HR for a long time, and it kind of seemed a little bit odd to throw questions out publicly so everyone could see what we would be asking. But I guess my question to either Director Ray or Director Meek when would be an appropriate time to have that conversation? And is it done in executive set? I mean, I have no idea if we're not putting it out for the public, then that would be executive session. Is this something appropriate to talk in executive session about, I guess?
Yeah. And just to add on to that, this is an attempt to do this transparency, to get all 7 directors together in a notice session in front of the public. Granted, maybe not many people watching now, but I'm sure people will go back and rewind and look at this tape, so that we're not doing this, quote, in secret or being developed, as a group of 2 or, smaller groups and things like that. So Director Ray, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Yeah, just the way we did it last time was that each director pretty much composed their 2 best questions. Those were given then to the president, and the president would just kind of sift through and look for replications or duplications and kind of clean it up. And then it was pushed back to the board as a kind of a draft of what the president collected from us, giving 2 of our most important questions that each board director wanted to ask. But I think, again, going back to Director Meek's thoughts about more depth, that's where I'm thinking there's 2 stages. So when you do your initial screening, you're looking for basically a person that meets the qualifications that we just worked on. And so those questions are posed more generally to really surface to see if that person aligns with those qualifications. And then once the finalists are chosen, then you get into the questions that Director Meek is suggesting, which is more unique to our situation at Douglas County. So that's just a historical way that we accomplished it last time.
Director Myers, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Yes, I'm looking through the questions. I do agree with Director Ray. I believe 20 questions is quite a bit. I probably didn't understand the 2-step with screening applicant questions. And I do like the idea of choosing questions that I would like to be answered. And so in that method, so I agree with that. But, and I'm beginning to think we don't need to vote on this tonight, is what I'm wondering.
Yeah, in fact, I'm wondering if we need to actually vote on questions at all. Again, the reason that I personally put this on as the president onto the agenda for this meeting is been an inability to get 7 directors together in terms of communications and collaboration. Again, realize we cannot do this as a group of 7, not even by email on the same email, because that constitutes a virtual meeting, and just maybe an oversensitivity to doing this as a group of 7 together. That being said, what I'm hearing from Director Ray, and I just want to clarify this, 2 sets of questions, 1 for initial screen around everything we just discussed, should be positional qualifications, resume based, what makes you a candidate that complies with this. And then a second round for finalists, really for differentiation, specific questions. Mill bond is a continuing theme, differentiators. So if I can just get commitment from all 7 directors via an email process, not to break any open meeting laws or any sunshine laws or anything, I can go out with an email that solicits 2 things. 1, 2 questions from each director that they would like to have as part of an initial screen, and then a second separate set of 2 questions from each director that they could send to me as the president individually as part of a finalist screen. And then I will go through the process that Director Ray recommended, which is to consolidate, look for overlap, maybe ask for an alternate if there's an overlap from directors that provided the same question. And then if we could agree, because I don't think we need to vote on this, because then again, they would be out in public. And my consideration was, as long as everybody knows, it's a level playing field. But if we can go through that process via email to develop those questions over the next week or so, again, we have a timeline that puts postings through the 25th. We have agreement to that now. So if over the next week, if you could send me that and we could commit to this process as a group of 7 to collaborate, send your input to me, I will put that out. And then if we have broad agreement on a list of final questions, I do not think we need to vote. So with that being said, any comments on that statement by any directors? I'll open the floor. Director Ray, go ahead.
Yeah, I think you summarized that well. The only thing I would suggest is that you wait to do the finalist questions until after the screening, because oftentimes what will happen is you will come up with some additional questions based on the responses you get from the applicants of questions that maybe help them go more in depth that you didn't hear during the screening process. So I would separate those 2 sessions of developing those 2 different sets of questions. And then you're absolutely right, Director Peterson, is that the standardization of the questions is critical, that all those questions are asked of each applicant, and that meets the criteria that Ms. Edgar suggested. But I would kind of do it in 2 settings. Screening questions first, get those done, and then wait till we see where we are after we screen.
Yeah, I agree, Director Ray. I don't think the screening questions are dependent on the applicants. They should be generic enough that it doesn't matter who applies. We should have a standard set. I do agree that depending on who the applicants are, number and specific applicants, their resumes, you may have different questions. The only thing I would ask that every member of the board commit to tonight, that once we see applicants coming in, and we will know, again, if we keep to this timeline by the 25th, that's a Friday. Once you see the applicants that come in with their associated documentation, that you start building that question then, so we don't have a delay when we want to move to finalists and we don't have questions ready. And if everyone can just verbally commit to that tonight, to work on both sets of questions and move them quickly as we see the final applicants, even before we interview them, you can always refine them. That's all I would ask, that we have a commitment to the process by all 7 members. Any other comments from any other directors? Becky, I see you waving your hand. Are you trying to? Okay. You're muted, Director Myers.
No, I'm writing. Sorry. Just trying to frantically get notes down.
Right.
I'm good.
Any other comments by any other directors? Because if not, we will close this issue and we will move forward with that plan. Director Ray, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
So we didn't really discuss the notion of actually having panels meet with our finalists, which, last time we had 5 panels. I think there were about 20 people on each of the panels, very specific groups of people from our business community to teachers, classified employees, but they all had an opportunity to ask specific questions from their perspective and their filter. So I just wanted to check in with that. Is that not going to be part of our process? Again, I think it goes back to, I think the angst that Director Meek and Director Hansen and I are having is that the process before was much more inclusive of our community, and there was much more buy-in because of that. And I know we have the forums where everybody can give reaction, but it's a whole different ballgame when you are actually helping intimately in the process, creating the questions and talking to the individual as a panel. So anyway, I'm just wondering if that is or is not going to be part of the process.
Yeah, from my perspective, and I'm happy to hear from all of the directors, in my understanding, we would collect applicants, give them a series of screening. Again, we don't know if it's 3, 8, 10. We may agree to screen some of those in executive session. We may just choose to do those in open meeting. We would have the interviews with the candidates. We would proceed to go from candidates to interviewees, or call them finalists or whatever around. And then there could be engagement from all the different forums after that stage. I did not anticipate a round of forums in the candidate pare down process. My understanding would be that we would do that as a board. Other director comments? Director Williams, you have the floor.
My understanding was that we were going to do that during the 14-day timeline that in between the finalist to the job offer, so that they can have the ability to speak in those forums. Maybe I was wrong, but that's what I had thought.
Other directors? Director Hanson, go ahead. You have the floor.
In our last process, I would just add personally, the forums were truly an invaluable source of information. The other source of information that really weighed on my decision-making process was from the students who gave the tours of there were 3 different schools that were toured, and students gave those tours, and they had an opportunity to meet each of the candidates, and their perspective was just, it was amazing. So I would really hate to see that part of the process skipped in this round, but just something to think about.
Director Myers, then Director Ray. Director Myers, you have the floor.
Okay, I'm actually interested in that. Just after visiting a school, gosh, a week, and talking with the principal and the process he went through in an application applying at a high school with students and many people involved. I do kind of like that, Director Hanson, especially student input, which he got. I mean, if the principals are having student input and staff input, why not the same for superintendent?
Director Ray. Director Ray, you're muted. Sorry.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to suggest that we would use panels to narrow the field. Really, the panels come along at the time that we've identified finalists. And as Director Hanson captured, that's when we get really some quality feedback and input very intentionally from people like our students, our classified employees, like our cabinet members. I mean, we had, I think 5 different panels that were very intentionally made up. And then in addition, we offered the forums just so that no one was excluded, because we were very intentional in selecting a very diverse group of people to do the panel interviews. But then we also provided the community an opportunity for anyone to provide input. So we really had engagement from many different ways, which made it, I think, a very thorough process where the community felt very engaged with it. So just wanted to clarify what that looked like.
Director Myers, did you lower your hand? Did you mean to re-raise it?
No, thank you, Director Ray. I did in my mind understand that it was more the end finalist, not the whole process, the screening. So yes, I did understand that, so I didn't clarify it. Thank you.
Yeah, and in my response to Director Ray's comments, I don't know how many finalists we're going to have. I don't know how many will be internal, external. I think that may be a little excessive this time, depending on the finalists who we have. So again, my advice would be, we've committed to a posting timeline, at this point, we've committed to a question development process. I think we have a good solid job posting description that's been crafted to get out there starting tomorrow and have it sit out there for a week. At this point, I don't think I would feel comfortable committing without knowing how many finalists, where they come, internal, external. In reference to Director Myers, yeah, I understand that you had a good tour and reviews and tours of schools. Again, an internal candidate may not require that because of their familiarity with the district. So again, I'd like to see who we get. So Director Meek, you have the floor.
Yeah, I guess I feel the opposite in that if we're not including students and our DACs and our FOC and all of our committees up front before we build the job description. So we didn't include any of them at this point in time so that we can expedite a process because we're really anxious to get someone in place. I don't want to exclude that opportunity at the end of the process either. So I feel pretty strongly that that's a really important aspect that we need to hear from our community. And it's just an important part of the process.
Yep, understood. Director Ray, you have the floor.
Yeah, another piece that we really haven't discussed too is, so we have a posting. How does the person respond to the post? And I know Amanda, we're keeping her up at the midnight hour, but I think we need her assistance also to give us some reality in terms of the demand on our human resource department. So this was the gift of having a firm help us, is that firm pretty much took that off the shoulders of our human resource department, where the application itself was complete, was done through that firm. They collected that information, they turned it around and presented it to the board. And so, because certainly our poor HR department already is in the midst of doing principal selection processes, and so the toll is pretty heavy to place this on them for tomorrow. And especially when we don't have an application guidelines as far as what's part of the packet. Do they turn in letters of reference? There's a whole there's a plethora of things that we need to talk about that we want as part of that application packet. So I'll stop and let Amanda jump in before she falls asleep on us. Sorry, Amanda.
I'm wide awake tonight, actually. Yes, thank you. So you're correct. This was not what HR has been involved in the last few times of a process. And the reality is there will need to be more conversation and clarity around expectations of just so that we are clear and I am clear for my team and myself of what those next steps look like. So I'm sure that will be coming.
Okay, any other directors before we move on to the last item, which would be adjournment? Again, I'd just like to reiterate, I appreciate longer posting. I appreciate internal, external. But again, I back to the original discussion earlier tonight, do not think this needs to be a 3-month, 4-month, super drawn out process that we can move deliberately through. Director Ray, you're recognized.
Well, I don't think we answered the question, Dr. Peterson, about how does a candidate respond to the posting? What are they supposed to respond with? I mean, I heard, if we were going to stay with internal, there's a workday approach that an internal person can use, but I don't, given that we're doing external, I don't think that's the right mechanism necessarily. So I don't think we've given Amanda any kind of direction as far as how do candidates respond to this posting that we're putting up tomorrow? Like letter of interest, letters of reference, there's just a whole packet of information that we typically require.
And if it's a typical, if it's a typical packet, I would trust HR to put out what the typical packet would be for a superintendent done previously. I assume a minimum of a resume with letters of reference. Ms. Thompson, would you like to comment on what is, quote, typical for a superintendent packet?
I will need to look into that information, knowing that that has been done typically outside with a firm. So if you'll allow me until morning to gather that information, at the same time, we'll receive that revised job description and information from the board in terms of all of the entities in which we are posting besides Workday. So I am available tomorrow to work through all of those details.
Acting Superintendent Hyatt.
Yes, thank you, President Peterson. One of the things that will help staff prepare to support the processes is knowing a little bit more specifically what the board intends with the different forums and the different groups of people you would like the candidates, depending upon where they are in the process, to meet with. And I say that only because by adjusting the time frame to that first week of March that was spoken about earlier this evening, we are then we are getting close. That 14-day window is during spring break. So there will be an element of time where we won't have as much access to our staff and students, et cetera, during that time frame. So I just wanted to bring that to light. And if we can get some more specificity with that, the sooner we can, so we can start coordinating on our end to help support the process, we will be happy to do so.
Okay, I agree. And I think as we get closer to applications and attendees, or excuse me, applications and candidates, then interviewees, we can look at that window and say, if we stick to the new proposed timeline with a March 1st discussion of applications, March 3rd interviews, that would leave us time all the way until the 11th, I would believe, is the last day, yeah, to work out a series of forums and get more information to staff on what those would look like, you know, which forums, solicit questions, things like that. And certainly I know that's a partnership between HR and comms. Director Meek.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight it's a minimum of 14 days. So there's nothing that would keep us from doing 21 days. I mean, I just think we need to make sure we don't have community members saying, you know, I'm out of town that week, I didn't have a chance to participate. So it's a minimum of 14 days. And I would encourage us to make it 3 weeks if one of those weeks is a spring break.
Yeah, understood. Obviously, there would be no plan to conduct forums during spring break or bring in staff or any of that stuff. It would be hopefully forums that would occur beforehand, and they continue to receive feedback over the spring break period. And noted that it is a minimum of 14 days, and it could be 15. It could be, you know, anything in excess of that.
Yeah, and just to acknowledge, I mean, our staff, you know, I don't want to ask them to give up vacation time if they had vacation time either. And so it's just really important that we're acknowledging all of the extra work that we're putting on staff at this point in time. And I just appreciate all of that. So thank you, staff.
I'm sorry, Director.
Yeah, on those lines, I'm going to be protective of our staff right now. I mean, Amanda Thompson is the ultimate do whatever kind of individual. And I mean, I guess I'm going to advocate one more time for, we have a consultant that's already paid up, we already have a contract with, that's willing to continue the search for a superintendent who does have the ability to give us the guidelines for an application packet, does have the ability to collect those on our behalf so that we don't burden staff with it. So I'm just going to put one more plug in that if we can prevent our staff from having this unexpected burden placed on them, and we have a consultant that is already contracted that doesn't cost us anything more to have him do this work, it just seems to me that it would make sense that we go that direction for the sake of our staff. But I'm just going to throw that out one more time because I agree with Susan. I just think we are truly putting a heavy burden on an already extremely burdened staff, and I'm having some real angst on their behalf.
Absolutely noted. Thank you, Director Ray. And again, I look forward to talking with Amanda Thompson, with Stacy Rader on the comm side, and everyone, starting, and our acting superintendents, of course, starting first thing tomorrow, getting the posting out as agreed, and then going forward and giving them as much prep and lead time. I mean, honestly, we should be thinking about the forums now, knowing that they're not going to occur immediately. They're weeks away. But to lead that and get the feedback through our acting superintendents for their staff and their considerations. But I think we should all be listening to that. Okay, and with that, I will, as promised, I will send out the red line version to all directors. Tonight, I will send it out to Sandy Marsh, so she has the red line version as read back. And I will also include Amanda Thompson in that, of course, for the position posting. And I will make sure that gets out tonight before anything else happens. With that, if we move to the next item, which would be adjournment, do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Motion by Weiniger,